Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 52 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome. We are in the process of reviewing things. So today we are kind of not doing any today and tomorrow. We're not technically doing any lessons other than reviewing. So the idea now is I'm going to go back today. Largely, we're going to go back and focus on writing all the vocabulary. We started doing this new thing because of a change in the way the lessons are being done in Duolingo. Actually, maybe we'll do the exercise. Oh yeah, and yesterday I thought this was not complete, but it's more of a visual bug. So today when I clicked on this, it filled in. So we actually got something complete. And I think we won't. So I think I got unit 12 and unit 11 down. So we're going to go back to our beginning of the second half of the 25 days, right? So here we're going to start on section 2, unit 3. We are responsible for all the vocabulary from unit 3 to the current unit. You can't even change courses anymore. That's unfortunate. Did you try it on mobile or on desktop? Change your browser maybe? I might have heard that happen to one or two people. Duel is full of visual bugs. The bug that I was talking about, that's the only bug that I'm aware of. So when it comes to that type of bug, there's no bug that prevents the thing from working. It only happens for mobile on you. I see. I guess you could change the course on the desktop and then go back to your mobile and it should sync with your mobile maybe. I don't know if that's how that works. I don't use the mobile at the moment. All right. So yeah, we're gonna give this a go. We can try to fill in these blocks. How far are blocks? So we're responsible from unit 3 to unit 12. That's 10 units. You have to know all the vocabulary in... You have to go through all the vocabulary in prep of my review on day 54. Actually, let's hit this button a couple of times. I don't know how many things I have. Okay. So... 圆 见 见 见
见
见
圆
圆
见
加 见
见 见
冰
冰
在
在 whoops 在
远
圆
This looks so complicated. Well, you start somewhere.
圆见
远
远
远对
对
见我远
远
结
见见
八
八
见热
热
远
他
远
见的都远床
见 right 冷
冷
见
见冷
冷
冷
见远
远是
周
周
见见冷
见
见
见见
见是四 whoops
两
亮
冷你
你
冷冷
见
见
人
人
冷
冷吃
八
见
见
克
个
冷
冷
汤
当
见
见
想
Oh, we fill in these gaps. I'll do the writing. That's probably what we're gonna try to do. Do it as long as we can for the review.
牛奶
牛奶牛
见
也
见
也牛奶
牛奶
牛奶
见见
也是对
买
买
飞机
机
见
见
牛奶
奶
怎么
怎么
见
Yeah, for Chinese and Japanese at least. I don't know about Korean. Someone I know is doing the Korean course, but I haven't asked.
牛奶
牛奶
牛奶见
明天牛
牛
奶
奶
他玛丽见
牛奶、
牛奶空调
条
会
会
亚洲
亚洲
见
牛奶
见
Okay, filling them in. 公交车公交车怎么样怎么样
怎么样
公交车
公交车、
怎么样
公交车火车站不客气还没有怎么样
公交车公交车怎么样
公交车
公交车
公服务员公交车意大利这不是怎么样
怎么样怎么样
英国人
怎么样
Man, I forgot young
服务员公交车出租车
公交车
公交车。大学生。怎么样？出租车。服务员。
对。对，飞机。什么？
怎么？
飞机。飞机。
飞机
怎么？
怎么？
英
英国。飞机。
机。
音乐。
手
手机。
机。
飞机飞机
怎么？
飞机。飞。
对。
凯文。米饭。飞机。
飞机。
怎么？
怎么？
爸爸。
爸爸。
怎么？怎么？
亚洲。
洲。
怎么？公寓。你呢？
呢？
飞机。
飞
飞机。
机
房间。
房间。
吃饭。
吃饭。
你的。
你的。
飞机。
飞机。
怎么
什？么？Wait。呢？OK。你叫什么名字？打篮球。
打篮球。
打篮球。你
你
叫
叫什么名
名字？
你叫
叫什么名？打篮球。
你
你
好。打篮球。
球。
中学生。
生。
你。
你
你叫什么名
名字？
你叫什么名字？
你
你叫
神
？Oops。
神叫
什么？
什么名字？神时时很神
Yeah. Why do you say it like that? 神。你叫什么名字？
打篮球。
你叫什么名字？你叫什么名？
Man。
我叫。
叫。
这不是。很高兴认识你。你叫什么名字？打篮球。
打篮球。打篮球。
对。
很高兴认识你。你叫什么名字？你。打篮球。服务员。
你叫什么名字？
你好。服务员。你叫什么名字？很高兴认识你。打篮球。
Get more with Super.
Yes.
你叫什么
名字 ？Why isn't the progress bar moving?
怎么
？Feels bad, man. 你叫什么名字？
亚洲。你。你好。怎么？你叫
什么名字？
怎么
什么？
你叫什么名字？
你
你叫什么名字？
怎么？
怎么着？Oops，
你呢？
呢？
你叫什么名字？
字？
你的明天怎么？
Okay, perhaps that's not how I feel those things in. Wait, hold on. Oh, it is feeling, just not feeling in real time. Okay.
你叫
什么名字？
怎么样？
Does Duo teach all 3 million Japanese kanji? 3 million? Wow, that's a lot of Japanese kanji. No, it doesn't. It does 1,300-ish. 你叫什么名字？
你叫什么名字？怎么？怎么样？有名。你呢？
怎么
样？
样？
怎么样？怎么样？
你叫什么名字？
叫
你叫什么名字？
怎么样？
怎么样？样。
你叫什么名字？
英国人。
怎么样？有名。你的
呢？你的 ，oops。手机，no，毛衣，夹克，
超市，
oops，
夹克，
毛衣，毛衣，
夹克，
舒服，夹克，中国，毛衣，亚洲，
毛衣，毛衣，夹克，
毛衣，毛衣，夹克，奶茶，这是喜欢，毛衣，
夹克，夹克，
夹克，毛衣，公园，唱歌，米饭，
手
，oops，
手毛
I see why they placed that in.
衣
豆腐，夹克，故宫，有名，毛衣，
ooh，
洗手间，
手，
毛衣，
毛，yeah，
毛
衣，
衣
手机，洗手间，毛衣，
毛衣，
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 手机、洗
洗手
手间、
间、
毛衣、
衣、
电视、
电视、
这里、
这里、
毛衣，手机，
手机、
手机，毛衣，
That's how you say bathroom in Japanese. I thought it was more like otearai. Bathroom is otearai, but okay. Oh, toilet. You can use toilet if you want. Seems very reasonable for your quotes or setups.
哎呀，
哎呀，
毛衣、大衣、房间、
房间、
手机、
洗手间、
洗手间、
沙发、
沙发、沙发、沙发、
医生、
医生、
洗手间、
洗手间、
手机、
手机、
毛衣、
毛衣、
手机、毛衣、
Again, nice try. 还没有。出租车、
出租车、
还没有，
还没有。
还没，
出租车、
火车站、还
还
没有，
有。
洗手间、出租车、
英国人，
人、
还没有，还没有，
出
出租
租车、
还没有，
还没有。
还没，还
还
没有，
有。
英国人，
人
看电影、
影、
出租车，对不
对不对？
出租车，出租车，
图书馆、出租车，不客气，
英国人，
还没有，
有。
还没有，
服务员、
服务员、
出租车，
出租车，
还没有，
还没有。
意大利、咖啡馆、
咖啡馆
在
在
有
有
有
在
在
在
在
有
有
有
口
去
吗？
吗？
有在
有
在在
有
节他
他
在是有
在
是在
在
有
有
粥
有
汤
在
有
地铁，man， 地铁有名，
有名，
地铁，
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 地铁
地铁，有名，
常常，
常，
有名，车票，地铁，
地铁，
公园，
地铁地铁
Yeah, I don't think I practiced the lefts on the detail. It's not not written. It's not cataloged. I think 铁 is though.
有名
地铁，
地铁。
地铁，
Okay. Something.
客厅，
客厅。
女儿，地铁，有名，豆腐，
有名有名
地铁，怎么？
什么？
书店，玛丽，有名，
地铁，
地铁
今天，
今天
不长，
不长，
地铁，
地铁
有名，
有名，
谢谢。
嗯，
有
有名，有
他，书，还没有，有，有名，
有名
有名，
有
有。That looked weird.
有名
名 Wait a minute. I am blanking out. Oh, right.
有，还没有，
还没有，
大，有
有
名，
名，
床，
床，
有名
and it's kind of more like off-centered. Okay,
还没有，
还没有，
有
名，还没有，
豆腐，有，还没有，有名，这不是，
是
有名
有名，
还没有
还没有，还
还
没有，
没有，
有名
Yeah, it's kind of off-centered. It's not on top of each other. That kind of made it look weird.
还没有。中学生有，这不是有名。
Get more with
Okay. 条 No 条短
短
短条
条
条
条
短
条茶
茶
你喝短
条
条
条
短
条条有它短条亮
短短
条
有
看
看 Whoops
也它短
条
短人
人
条
条
八书
哎
床
床
条
条
条
床
床
床
条
条
条
坐床短
短
条和
条
条
床
床
床
条
买
兜
床两条
床
条床
床
八
八
吃
吃
在
在床
条
条
飞机
飞机
条
条
条
飞机机场
机场机
条条
条还是
还是 Whoops
水机场
不对
对，
条机场
机场
机
机场
场
Don't think we have this one either. So we're gonna have to take in that as well.
条
英国
英国
手机条新客厅
飞机
飞机机
条
条
飞机
飞机
客气
客气
不客气
客气
喝
飞机
条
条All right. 意大利人服务员 意大利人，意大利人，
意大利人，
服务员，
周，意大利人，你好，意大利服务
员，
意大利人，意大利人，
服务员，
意大利人，意大利人，意大利人，服务员，中国，
英国人，
人，
服务员，
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 老师，意大利，意大利人，服务员，咖啡，
咖啡。I said coffee.
意大利人，
对，
意大利人，热，
热，
美国，
美国，
英国人，
英国人，
服务
员。Oh, there's Sub-Zero. A got. That's the emo. Listen, you're gonna start making me think that's you. Well, I have to say though, that'll be pretty impressive actually.
豆腐，
豆腐，
短，
短。Oh, that's a good one. 短，豆腐 is in 短。短，豆腐。
豆腐，
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 短，短，
八，第一，短，喜欢，豆腐，
短，
Only the 2136. Oh, Hideyoshi. Oh, I'll let you negotiate that. I don't think. Okay.
豆腐，豆
豆腐，
腐，短，
日本，豆腐，课，短，第一，
豆腐，
豆腐，
短，
短，
这，豆腐，
豆腐，
今天，
今天，
不长，
不长。Sub-Zero, why are you not? Nah, I'll see it. I'll see if you figure it out.
豆腐，短，
短。So, have you mastered C yet? Not what? Yeah, I think you'll pick up on it. I think you'll pick up on it, Sub-Zero. But in the meantime, Sub-Zero, how's that project going? What is that supposed to mean?
大学生，
加拿大人，
大学生，
加拿大人，意大利，
英国人，
Whoops.
英国人，
大学生。数学。
I was trying to figure out what the tone was for. Took me a bit to decide.
加拿大人，
Okay. 加拿大人，
大学生，
大学学
大
学
生，加拿大人，
加拿大人，加拿
意大利人。大学生。加拿大人。人。医生。
大
花
大，sure，
看八喝和大
八
You haven't worked on it since? Been chilling with your bro? Alright. I'll excuse that. For reference, I've been at home with my parents lately, so that's why I live in a different city. Alright. Family time, I'll excuse.
八
Don't give me a stink eye when it turns into a month's vacation, okay? Sub-Zero? If it turns into a month vacation with family, I'm gonna...
大
You know, it's about the family, but you know, gotta
八
telling you.
八
I'm starting to sense a trend here. I'm starting to sense a trend here.
大你八个在
大
I was thinking if you were on Discord, I was gonna DM you something, but I think you already picked up on it.
大 大
你大课对八
八
说两大个大个八
No, but I did look at some C though. Alright. Not entirely slacking. I'll take it. You can only use your family as a crutch for so long. Sub-Zero.
加拿大人，
加拿大人，
大加拿大人，意大利人，意大利
大加拿大人，加拿大人，大
人，加拿大人，大意大利人，大学生。
Get more.
加拿大人，
大
很高兴认识你。
兴很高兴
高兴
认识你。
认识你。
大
大学生，
生，
意大利人，
大
很高兴认识你。
很
高兴认识你。
加拿大人，意大利，喜欢，很高兴认识你，大学生，
大学生。All right. I'm gonna DM you something, Sub-Zero, if you're curious. What the heck is this? What is this Discord shenanigans? Okay. No, Discord. Discord.
很高兴认识你。
很高兴认识你。
加拿大人，
加拿大人。
加拿大人，
很高兴认识你。
对不对？很高兴认识你。喜欢。加拿大人。
加拿大人。
意大利。
意大利。
啊。I figure you figure it out on your own, Sub-Zero. Not everyone has emotional intelligence and communication, subtextual communication skills.
很高兴认识你。
高兴认识你。
加拿大人。
加拿大人。
意大利。
意大利。
意大利人。
意大利人。
大学生。
大学生。
加拿大人。
It's okay. No harm, no foul. Really. It's more like, right, Sub-Zero, if you're aware of it, you can play along or not play along. No harm, no foul, right? What's, what is it? The art of war, right? Know your enemies. Keep your enemies close. Don't show them your hand.
大一。
大一。大。
意大利。大一。意大利人。
意大利人。
加拿大人。大。
大一。
大一。
大。大。
学生，大，意大利人，
Whoops,
意大利人，
I can't do that again.
大一，意大利，
毛衣，
大衣，
毛衣，
大一，大，站台，英文，毛衣，
大衣，大衣，
毛衣，
毛
衣，
大衣，
衣so rusty. Wait. Wait. Hold on. This is
长城，毛衣，
毛衣，
大衣，意大利，空调，
Nah, air conditioner is like in this. Oh, air conditioner is unit 3, man. If you weren't slacking on Mandarin, you know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, chuckle, chuckle. Bye. Wait.
贵，
We're reviewing right now. So, in 2 days, I basically went back 10 units to go up to the earliest unit since the first review. So, we're actually traveling back in time. Let me test you real quick then. Did you remember what airplane is, Feiji?
白
Bye. Feiji. We do have
Bye.
to write all these at some point, so we have to get there as well. Rewrite all of these things. Wait.
是，白，水，看，贵，
白，
白。
白，
I looked at my notes, Sub-Zero. Don't worry.
贵，
白，
You'll never know
白，白，
my imaginary notes.
见，周，
周
白，
贵
贵，是，
贵，贵，
贵 One day,
贵，
I have. Okay, we're gonna have to lean off of that. One day, someone's actually gonna think that's true.
水，会，
Wait. The reason I thought of it anyway was because I thought air conditioner would be air machine or something. Oh, Feiji. Yeah, air machine. Yeah. Fei also has wind in it. It has a property of wind, so I think of it as like a wind machine. Sometimes, right? When you're flying, there's also wind, so I tend to think of it as a wind machine, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Air conditioner, although technically a heater generates current too, so I don't know. It kind of falls apart when you think about it too much.
会，
Wait.
贵，
Wait.
白，
Bye.
书，
白，
Bye.
白，
Bye.
汤，贵，
Wait.
菜，
Bye.
四，
I get pepped by 4 all the time. I constantly try to say it's 是 instead of 是 early in the day. Like if I encounter 4 for the first time, I would say 是 and then I would say, oh, okay, it's 是 and then proceed to the day.
日本
Oh, we're almost there.
白，
Bye. makes sense because the bottom radical. Fair enough.
百
日本.
日本
I'm finally getting caught up.
百
Like
百
all the extra stuff.
不要百日本大不长
百
日本
日本
本
百
百水果日本不要
日本
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 百
You know what's great? What's really so the last couple of days, right, or last several, like 2 or 3 weeks, I've been eavesdropping on, or I've been listening even more intently as my parents are watching their programs and stuff and the iPad and stuff. I don't know what kind of programming my mother watches, but it's filled with vocabulary that it sounds like it's like some middle school and elementary school nursery story. So I have no idea what my mother is watching. But whenever I go up there, I'm like, wait a minute. That covers almost all the vocabulary that's in Duolingo. And my thought was like, oh, well, how convenient. I'm like, you know, I go upstairs, I tie my laces, right? Like I'm about to go out for a run. I'm just listening. It's like, I heard Bing chilling over and over again. Right, Bing chilling all over. Like they keep saying things like, oh, 我去商场买冰淇淋。no, 你喜欢咖啡吗? I'm like, what the what's going on? Like, what kind of programming is that? And it's like this really young voice, so it's like a kid voice that's saying that. And I'm like, okay, you're just saying like, oh, I want to go to the store to buy ice cream. Do you like coffee? I'll ask my mother. And it's like diagrammic. It's like diagrammic. So it's basically like, you know, really basic drawings, and then like it's like a cutscene thing where there's like stills and whatnot, and I'm like, I don't know why she's listening to that. But it's pretty funny. And then they're watching news programs. Every other time would be watching news programs. So that stuff is like, I kind of know what is going on. You hear that, okay, that's the word for crime. It happened in the night. Like, you know, this is a political thing, and then people are marking territory. You can pick up all those words. Like I would pick up those words, and I'm like, all right, I get the general gist of it. But the moment, like whatever's playing on my mother's iPad, it just sounds like it's a very common situation. It's so common. Huh. I don't know.
不要水果
Meanwhile, like my programming of choice is a 3-body problem, right? And I'm trying to figure out like, wait, which word means theoretical physics? Like, wait, okay, so they're talking about the permutations of orbital velocity around a 3-star system. I'm like, okay, so I picked up I think I heard stars, and I think it sounded like they meant go around for orbit. Learning is gonna be so much fun once you're at a level where you can just effectively learn through watching it. Yeah, that's basically the dream. That's my dream, right? You get around and you just constructively learn with the language you already have, with the amount. Yeah, physics in Chinese. Like, they didn't use physics words. Like, they didn't adopt English words in this program. So, when I heard physics for the first time, I'm like, that's how you say physics? So there were a lot of terms that, man, there were their own words. So it's kind of like different from Japanese, where, in my opinion, where like they just throw it out like it's natural. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching anime or something, all of a sudden it's like there's an English word or there's a katakana word, and it's like, oh yeah, that's what we go with. But in Chinese, when you're listening, even when it's dealing with something that might be very normalized to have English, they don't use, at least from my impression, the dialogue did not use cognates. They didn't use like Janada or Idali, right? Like there's no suddenly it's like, oh wait, that sounds like a word I know. It's more like, I have no idea okay, it's like, this is okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, problem. Where are you? And then it's like at something that sounds like school. I think that's supposed to be a satellite. Like it is fun though, just even picking up all the words that you do know, and then in a sea of words that I have no idea. Like I don't know what a communication station is. Like they said something. It's usually all the nouns and all like the specific words, so you know the structure. And I think it's the opposite for me in Japanese. So in Japanese, when I'm listening to anime and stuff, right, I know the specific words, and then the structure is not there. So like, wait a minute, is that kata before the object, or are they saying they're going to the place or from the place? Like, wait, is it referring to the person now, or is it referring to the person they're talking to? Like all the quote unquote like grammar stuff around it. But in Chinese it's the other way around, because I'm so used to hearing the structure of Chinese. So now all I had to do is discover the words when I'm listening to Chinese programming. Like, oh, this person is saying this is the following. I don't know what that word is, but I know what it is, or what it's supposed to be. So when you're watching a program, it's like they have to be referring to the satellite, right? They're literally talking about this. They're pointing at the satellite. They have to be talking about the satellite. And they would say all the things around the satellite. Like, oh yeah, how far is it? I'm like, how far is the satellite? So they use the word satellite. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that must be the word, because you know all the words around it. And it's kind of a very different feeling.
Yo.
Now, I have to make a disclaimer here. That's not the same as constructing sentences, if you know what I mean, Sub-Zero. Like, there's such a weird, I feel like this is felt by most people, the gap between constructing your own things and hearing it and saying, oh yeah, I know what that means, is like incredible. Like, you know Python, right? But you gotta, what if you know, the gap between making something in Python from scratch and reading Python, someone else's source code, that's a big gap. And I guess I'm still kind of doing that right now.
日本
白
I'm nowhere near that in Japanese. There's nowhere. Okay. We finally accomplished our first set. So now we're gonna go write all the vocabulary, right? So let's do this. We're gonna start one row at a time again. This is for my review. So let's start with one row. What words can we make? Right. This stands alone. It's fine. 见. One day I want to be able to read data sheets for work, but in Chinese. I have no idea what data sheets look like in Chinese. I don't even I'm not even sure if I've ever seen like a science fiction where they like show a snapshot of the screen, you know, like a person operating on the data sheet and then see what it is. I can only imagine it's probably in Excel, like it's an Excel spreadsheet, right? But then how do they like write the words around like in it? I wouldn't be surprised if it that like the UI and the GUI and stuff would be relatively the same, but then I don't even know what words go in a spreadsheet. Like, no, I wouldn't. Maybe I could read a spreadsheet of dates. Although I do have to admit, I'm pretty sure for data entry they use Arabic number system. So they still use like these numbers, just like Japanese, you know. So at least there's that. The actual numbers are probably okay. If they use like characters for numbers, I can't even imagine what that data sheet looks like. That is the nice thing about programming. I think Lotus mentioned this before, and you probably already feel the same way, but generally when it comes to programming languages, it's almost obligatory to be in English. So in a way, I wouldn't be surprised that you would be disappointed that the data sheets in Chinese happens to be in English, if you know what I mean. Because like coding languages are nearly obligatory to be in English, largely due to like software monopolization, I suppose, if you want to call it that. I'm looking at one right now. Apparently they have Chinese data sheets for product. Oh, they do. wait. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. What does that even look like? Okay, Chinese data sheets. Boy, you're looking at this one. Let me see. Oh, well now. Okay, all right. Dang. At least you can tell, 2.4 gigahertz, right? PCB, NFC. You know, at least all the programming, like the hardware related things are still legible. You know? You got Bluetooth, you got low energy. Yeah, they got my boy USB. Yeah, they got your boy USB. Threads. Thread. You know, all the units are still there. So you can still contextually learn what those words might mean associated with it. Socket, SOC, right? You got the SOC, SDKs. Oh, that's kind of funny though. I haven't ever looked at a data sheet, a specification sheet for in Chinese before. Ah, that's so interesting. Maybe we could read one together in the future. Alright, future goals. Just randomly pick up a data specification sheet one day just for fun, right? There's so many fun things to do in the future. But let's focus on the present. Like how you're slacking. I'm just kidding. That's my last jab for the day. My last jab. Okay, so Maui is together. Right? Any other thing around it? No, not really. Simpler times when all of your characters stand alone in meaning or in conjunction. So, lang, lang, 怎么样? So we need 怎么 怎么 That's gross. My pen slid. Okay, 怎么 I think the middle stroke is the shortest. Something like oh, the third stroke is a Alright, so that's the first row. Let's try to remember these. I guess you could learn a lot if you have both versions side by side. That's exactly what I like about such things. If you have them side by side, it's great. I was asking Lotus to keep an eye out on, so he reads NHK like news sometimes, like the site and stuff. I asked him yesterday to keep an eye out for any article which exists on both the easy version of NHK and the hard, like the normal version of NHK, and you can like use it as a really interesting way to compare and contrast in that way too. Like, how do you say something but not say that, right? That is a really fun thing. I would love to see if there are any other tools like that, or something where you can even do that, as opposed to not even have English on one side. Oh, someone told me this. I forgot who. I think it might be Granola. There's a thing called biliteral books or something, where the left page is in your common language and the right page is in your target language. And that's a really great idea too. I haven't quite, I think it's called biliteral or something. Biliteracy. I forgot what it's called. I looked at it for a bit. It's limited though. Maybe it's like bilingual, like like a play on the word bilingual, but for books or something. I've yet to look for a source that's very accessible and has it in my target language and a common language of my choice. So still looking for that kind of thing. The only way now that I kind of do it is I consume content that I already know I know the information really well. So then I use that information as a basis to extract new words and new structure and stuff, right? Obviously, it's still using like a somewhat of a translational approach, but not particularly, because the information I have is, oh, I know what's going to happen. I know what I can see or visualize. So then I would link those that language to those scenes instead, right? So then it wouldn't be necessarily about thinking in English, but more thinking about what's happening on screen. Like, oh yeah, in this situation, these people will say these words, or like tend to use these phrases. So you kind of start thinking about it in the sense of what phrases I could use in these situations when you're watching a news program or something like that. Okay, so anyways, do I remember these? Some of these are really rusty already. Okay. Okay, let's try it. Okie dokie. So we have, oh wait. Jian. 见 这样 毛衣。狼。I didn't space that out properly. Uh-oh. I think I forgot. Wait. I don't know what the... We're just gonna guess. Maybe that's the right radical? Or the left radical? Doesn't seem quite right. Dang it! Alright. Alright. Let's try to add the rest. Don't have a lot of time here. Things are tough. So we have... Nah. Interesting. Nah. Just nah alone. I think it's just nah alone. Nah. Dear. 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 Really? 有一点 was here? Dang. Where the heck is Yo at? Oh, Yao. No. Yo一点. Oh, 有一点. Okay. And Na. I think Na is just a standalone. Yeah. Na. Oh, and we need to learn Ja. Okay. What is Ja? It's this Ja. Wait a minute. Really? So it's this Ja. Okay. 夹克 Oh no. 裤子 这 is down here. 裤子 and then 条 裤子 go first. Nah. I don't want to talk about it. I'm pretty sure Na is separate. And then Yo I yeah. What did I say Ja was? Oh. Ja ke. Ja ke.裤子 Nye. No, not that. It's Nye. Me. Yeah. No, I missed a stroke. That, this, and this. Okay. 屋子 and then you add 字 and then 条 stands alone. I don't need 条 as a counter. So I think it's this. Maybe this. Yes. Okay. No. No. Yeah, today and tomorrow. That's gonna be tough. So tough. No. 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 Oops. Okay. Uh, 下课，下课。点，有一点。Okay. Let's try this. Let's do the bottom. No. Yeah, we're going back and writing all the vocabulary words. Before I learned all the characters, we only focused on the unique characters, like how to write them. But now we're going back and also collecting all the Hanzi that got left out. And this is one of them, actually. One of the earlier ones. MAKU. I wouldn't be surprised at a later date, though, that they added back in. But for now, we gotta do what we gotta do. Oh, that's kind of gross looking. That's fine. 屋子，屋子，条，条. Okay. We gotta add the top 5. Clothing, right? Clothing. I don't have it. It's gone. I'll do the ones I know for now. Ugh. Okay. It's fine. Aoi. Lung. Send help. Yeah. 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 Oh, come on. Come on. Moving. Yeah, I don't got it. It's the same one. Oh, 怎么样? Right, 怎么样? I had the same problem because of the theme. Yeah, 怎么样? Alright, we'll remember it on the next go around. Okay. Next one is Duang Bai Gui. You miss it? Oh. That's what you get for slacking. Wait, what was Da? Da for? Oh, wait. Da, maybe just for big? Oh, Da Yi. Oh, I totally forgot about Da Yi. Okay. Okay, so we need to add Da Yi back. Da Yi. We have the Shi? Shi what? What is Shi for? Just Shi. Okay, just Shi, like Na and Shi. Okay, fair enough. How does it sound to take a PhD in China while learning the language? Too much? I don't know. Do people... Is that a thing? Can you actually get PhD in a very specific language? I guess you can, right? I don't know what that entails, but kind of sounds interesting. It also sounds like a career pivot that requires like 12 years of experience. Good luck. No, I mean PhD in STEM, but studying Chinese. Oh. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, while in China, while learning the language. I see. There was someone that Okami went to med school and acquired English, going from an Arabic speaking place. So the answer is yeah, why not? Yeah, earlier we had a conversation about this, and yeah, Okami spent 12 years in Arabic, apparently. This is just what is shared. And then 7 years they went to an English-speaking country for medical school. And then they returned to wherever the Arabic-speaking place is. And we had a discussion about like the dualities and the interesting things going from like languages. He was telling Okami was telling me about the Arabic tendencies, and I kind of really got caught up in that conversation because I know nothing about the Arabic idiosyncrasies in communication. I was looking at one for fun the other day, but it said 90% of the curriculum is taught in English. What about the other 10%? Isn't that enough though? You can handle it, the other 10%. Come on, that's even below the 80-20 rule. It's not even 20%. You got this. Okay, so let's so we check this off. I need to remember Dai. Dai is one of the vocabulary words. Then Yan Gui. 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 Okay, so Duang. Duang is fine. As long as I think of Daofu. I is self-explanatory. I. Gui. Gui was like this. Yeah. Then yuan or cost. One thing for sure is though, that's probably a full course in Chinese. I can't get by with just knowing USB. But you'll have friends, Sub-Zero. You'll also have friends in which you can exchange languages. You know, you'll have classmates. I honestly think in the long run, if you're a language learner, go to a university and that's where you'll make your friends. The other day I was talking to Lotus, yesterday and the day before, I was talking to Lotus about that situation where when you're learning a target language and you're trying to use your target language in a culture that don't exchange small talk before you become friendly with them, right? It's kind of hard. You either risk being weird, like if you're comfortable with being weird and being treated like a foreigner, that's perfectly fine. But usually it's very, very difficult to engage in small talk, especially when target language is Chinese or Japanese, unless you find the appropriate situation. What are appropriate situations? Well, when you go to a restaurant late at night and everyone's like kind of drunk, maybe, or you know, like a little bit loosey-goosey, you know, like the nightlife. I don't actually know if China even has a nightlife, but Japanese does. Otherwise, a school, right? But it would be really weird if a foreigner decides to go to a school and talk to students when you're not enrolled in the school. So, you know, that's a little sussy. However, yeah, you don't. If you go to China, you're probably gonna say a lot of the common phrases. So being in a school would be pretty rad in a way to acquire language. Not that it really, not that you can't get away with approaching a stranger and putting your faith in the stranger. I'm just saying statistically the odds of a Chinese person talking to a stranger and wanting to exchange small talk so you can learn Chinese is kind of slim, unless you're talking about like karaoke in a karaoke situation or finding your way in the middle of a bar or something. All right, let me write this again. So Duang. I way here. And then I need to know that they're reusing is fine. Okay, I think I got this. Here we go. You got a question for me? If college was free, would you be attending a language degree right now, or would you still self-study? Oh, that's a great hypothetical. If college was free, no, I wouldn't be self-studying right now. You got me. Wow. You got me there. I would never self-study. My absolute personal opinion is, if someone is isolated and they think they can do everything and acquire all the knowledge, that is absolutely arrogant and prideful. Obviously, that's why I didn't chose to study on my own. I chose to stream my studying, if you know what I mean. Without the contextual understanding of what it's like to study and like have interactions with other people who study, or in any form of that, I personally am not a person who is motivated by my own self-interest, and also the insurmountable fear or like lack of normalization of outside input is not something I do. Reason I'm asking is because it's free here, so I guess if you lived here, then you should be you'd be a student again right now. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, if you know, obviously, if everything else is free as well, right? Like getting a visa doesn't cost time, right? Getting a visa doesn't cost time. Getting a visa doesn't cost money. Relocating doesn't cost money. So there, you know, those are probably the barriers. And oftentimes that's what people forget, in my opinion. Not you. I'm not saying you, but when people say, "Oh, wouldn't it be just faster to move to Japan and learn with full immersion for a month?" It's like, yeah. If you constitute someone who is able to get a visa to visit for an extended amount of time, who's unemployed, or get a easily accessible place where you can enjoy nightlife and encounter people willing to talk to you, all while maintaining a lifestyle that is necessary to do that. Yeah, no, I mean, you were native. If you were native, yeah, it's not free for foreigners. Yeah, exactly. So there are so many things that I think life experiences kind of bring into the equation. So whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, just do this, it's that easy," it's like, who else took care of you? Oh, so you went to Japan for a month and now you're like fully fluent. It's like, oh, okay. First of all, it's very hard for me to believe that's true. However, good for you if it is true. Now, when you go to a stranger and tell them that they should drop all their life circumstances and everything and say it's that easy, you go to Japan and you spend a month there and you already pick up fluency. I'm like, oh, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that hustle, right? Because I'm so happy if it worked for you, but the chances, the odds of that advice being relevant is not so much. Is you haven't even hear me out yet. It would be nice though. If someone said like, "Hey, come to Japan for a month. All expense paid. We'll take care of your visa," which is, by the way, I did do that. Not in Japan, but when I was in college, I went to New Zealand for 2 months, 2.5 months, and it still wasn't free, by the way, because it's my tuition. But at the same time, they took care of the visa. They took care about my living expenses, right? They took care of the class. I just have to schedule for classes. That's it. And everything else, like the vacationing that people always look for, like the interacting with strangers, all that was on me. But that is the only part that I needed to be worried about. Which I feel whoever comes up to you and say that the easiest way to acquire a language is to uproot your life, abandon all your circumstances, and go out into the world, that is someone who is very young, who do not have earthly attachments, and who have very little attachment of responsibility to anything else. Right? If I leave, what happens when my parents have an emergency? oh, you might be thinking, well, they have friends and stuff. So friends are pretty good. It does help with some things. So things like that. Yeah. So what's the closest thing? Are you secretly trying to recruit me to Norway? I don't know how I feel about that. I just can't. Wait, and is it free? When you mean is it free, like it's free to learn Chinese? Sub-Zero? Like you can pick whatever language? What do you mean by native? Like what do you get? Like can you pivot to learning something in Chinese? Or are you talking about Norwegian? Like the like Norwegian language? No, the hypothetical was purely based on the assumption that you're a native too. Oh, okay. Well, what about you? Like, can't you do it? You're a native, right? Or is Chinese like not an option? Or were you talking about Norwegian? Yeah, and just for the record, no, I truly and utterly am biased towards interacting with people to learn things. So self-study is great and all, it's very convenient. Like you know, I built up my thing for self-studying and stuff, but it's unmatched to a situation in which you have access to other people. I truly and utterly believe that. I am not one that is arrogant and confident enough to say that I could be the visionary of my own creation. That's why I tend to not promote the idea that vicarious experience and study actually substitutes for other people's actual experience and having access to those actual experiences. I would consider applying for a bachelor in Chinese after I'm done with this degree and into a full-time job. Okay, but whether it's possible would depend on how much attendance group projects are required. Oh, that's pretty sweet, man. It's almost like you're plugging the Norwegian education system. You're making a great case for it. For the record, Sub-Zero, there are silver linings to the American education system, at least in my case. When one is self-motivated and like do all certain things, my graduate education was free, quote unquote, like me of debt things. So technically I worked hard to get into a program, and that program covered me, and they covered my cost of living as well. I got a stipend. So not only did I get my education and find my way and have mentors and academic and stuff, they pay for the cost of living. So like the apartment and stuff is part of being part of the program. I still manage my budget and all that stuff, and if I would go out of my budget, right, and the stipend is a bonus where you get paid to offset some of your cost of living, if not all of your cost of living, which for me, I lived an incredibly frugal life, so it offset all my cost of living and then some. So in the sense, I don't want to say this too much, but if you're hardworking and you get with a dash of some luck, oftentimes it's not as terrible as it may seem. That does not excuse the bottom line. There's a huge bottom in the American education system. Yeah, the programs themselves are free, but everyone takes up student loans so that they can afford paying for rent, assuming they don't live at home. Okay. Yeah. So here, the thing that is very different, in my opinion, from what you're saying about Norway, is what is creating that contrast. Based on how you're describing your thing, the bottom line for Norwegian education is higher because the requirements to get that support is almost defaulted, right? Like you default into the education, like the programs are free, right? So the bottom line is anyone who's interested has almost access to it. In the United States, the thing I'm describing basically does that thing where if you're privileged and you have a great start to your life, or you worked your way up to catch up in the game, you continue to have privileges. The downside is with those privileges, it is not given and supplied and redistributed to the bottom of the line. So it's kind of like that box and whisker plot, right? Like the American education system, I feel like it still hits the average, in my opinion, if you think of it this way. So if you take the average distribution, right, it's this. But I feel a lot of times other countries, their bottom line is higher. Or actually, not even. I think I would shift this average up too. It would be something like this. And the range is probably shorter. And the bottom line, this is what I mean. So what you have in a situation is that there is an average, but the average is pulled down by a farther bottom, right? And it's kind of pulled up by a high ceiling as well, right? So because there's such a big disparity between those who are incredibly educated and privileged versus those who are probably underprivileged, low economic status, and there's arguably a larger portion. That's why this box is going further down than it is going up. There's a bigger distribution down here, but this ceiling is so high that it kind of props up the average. Meanwhile, countries with more universal offerings for education, while their glass ceiling is not the highest, in my opinion, because what happens is it's being redistributed across a smaller range so that everyone can have a quality education, like the average quality of the education, the bottom line, right? Everyone has access, or a bigger majority of people have access. So the range is confined because there's a more balanced distribution of resources. I'm not saying that there's a chance a country like this can have a higher glass ceiling than the US, but you have to consider the idea that this country redistribute, at least in my opinion, how the education system, this country favors people who are already ahead. The idea is that if you're already ahead and you're a hard worker and you got ahead, you stay ahead. So the victors reap the greater reward, and they continue to get bigger and bigger from the bottom line. So there are very, very poor and underprivileged people, and then there are very, very incredibly privileged people. So it's that range, right? When you average it all together, though, usually the averages are very close, but that would be doing a disservice for the distribution of the education system. And then the internet, in my opinion, the internet, what happens when it comes to the internet is if you can see the bad cases, right? Then the bad cases reflect the whole system. And then the good cases also reflect the system. So now you have education system. When you talk about the American education system, right? You're going to have examples that are the worst examples and the best example. And that is internet controversy. That is the thing that you take the best case to move a case for the American system, and then you take your worst case to go against the American education. Meanwhile, other countries, they're really great, consistent averages. So the worst doesn't get really bad, the best doesn't get really great. And what happens is it just feels like it's consistent. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, you know, most people are literate, most people speak well. Like even in Japanese system, like at least everyone is expected to rigorously pass a certain thing with certain resources, right? Unfortunately or fortunately, the irony here is that the United States is predicated on the land of opportunities, right? The concept of opportunities. The reality of this is these opportunities are accessible if you're able to get them, if you're able to achieve them and access them. If you don't, and you're not able to, and you weren't set up to do so, then the bottom is so deep, like it's so low that even with like the great good graces and like trying to build something to support the bottom's really low. And that's kind of the feeling I have with the American education system. One, you can walk into a campus and it seems like everyone in that campus are superstars, and then suddenly you go to like another place and everyone's 4 years behind. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the inconsistency that is very prevalent in the United States, and it's largely influenced by the way American culture is like, there where the system influences opportunism, and it emphasizes those, if you're a successful person, you continue to be successful. If you're not a successful person, you either get lucky or make that effort to get there, but it's based on opportunities. And sometimes even the most brilliant and talented people do not have access to things. So naturally, it would require a little luck. And I don't feel that that's the impression I get from other people in education, like from other countries. I'm not saying all countries. The other scholars that I encounter, it doesn't feel like they give me that impression. It's more like they don't want to do it. And you know what that's humorous about that? You might be thinking, oh, so what about these people at the bottom? But they're just lazy, right? Like they don't want to. No, that's actually besides the point. They want these things, right? They want these things. I'm not saying like the people at the bottom is not that they don't want to be educated. They need the opportunities for, arguably. But here's the thing. It's much like human condition. When I look at other countries, the argument that you have such great access, like universal access, being native or being born in there, now you get human complacency. So why isn't this range like even more contracted? Because there are countries where they have a good education like distribution, but their range is higher. It's because now there's a reason to be lazy. Because there's something about human condition. When you're so used to having access to everything, you fail to be opportunistic about it. Right? You take things for granted. And I don't think there's a single culture that's comprised of human beings that do not succumb to that human condition, where you start taking things for granted. And that's kind of, it works both ways. It works like a double edge for an opportunistic model, and it works double edge for a universal model. Like, for example, the idea of mediocrity, right? Mediocrity. If everyone has the same things, right? How do you produce competitive competition, right? And competition creates disparity. So on the other hand, that's why I would say that it's likely that an opportunistic system like the American education system will likely produce a bigger range, but the height of it is going to be higher. So which one do you want? It's a balance between the two. If you're striving for balance, then it will gravitate towards quote unquote mediocrity, like averaging. It's a system of averages, right? And then that means the resources are distributed, right? You don't pour all your researches to your most brilliant people, right? And that sounds like it's much fairer on paper. It's very much fairer on paper. You know what country operates like this? China. So at least from the outside, as a foreigner, what country operates on this? So a lot of times, you ask yourself, would you give it up? Like in the United States, if you're privileged, right? Like for me, if I'm privileged now, I'm gonna be honest about this. I am privileged right now. Would I give it all up and go and boost the bottom line? That means everyone who's at the top, like in a privileged position, would have to redistribute whatever they have to raise the bottom line, to support like a universal thing, right? So it's just as you said, reward through momentum makes it pretty hard to get back on the horse if you fall off. But also when you're on the horse, you don't want to get off, you don't want to fall off. You hold on tight to all those things. So you have this like moral dilemma where should you feel guilty for all the hard work you have done because you haven't been compassionate to your fellow citizen, your fellow countrymen, to bring up the bottom line, or right? So it's a constant duality, and the American education system, in my opinion, right now, the American education system is suffering under that. It's the idea like, should we continue to propagate education to those people who quote unquote deserve it or have access to it, or completely reinform the entire education system to bring up a bottom line at the expense of not hyper focusing on those who are privileged, right? You ask yourself, if you were a genius and you had the vision in the world, would you be willing to have the resources that could have been funneled into your research redistributed to bring up the bottom line of people who may or may not be able to take and maximize those resources, right? There's no guarantee that if you distribute a percentage of all your resources to a bottom line, that it would allow those people to immediately go beyond their condition. So there's all this like moral dilemma, right? How long did it take? How long has it been this way? And for me, I really, really want to pleasantly believe that humans, even within a lifetime, is able to navigate and evolve from opportunities. So I'm not trying to take a stance or a political stance here. Honestly, I wish there was enough. I wish there was a system where there's a ideal distribution of resources to every human being under that system. The idea is that this system can exist if we weren't humans. And why do I say that? Because the human condition would suggest that humans are greedy. And what I mean by greedy is they're not greedy with malicious intent. They're greedy to better themselves. So if you have ambitious people who are talented, who are educated, it's not, in my opinion, in their nature to decide that they're not going to continue to better themselves and continue to like strive for more, right? Until the day they die, or maybe a little bit before they die when they start acting in philanthropy and whatnot. So it's a duality of human nature. An ambitious person is going to be naturally self-absorbed, right? Like you wouldn't be able to successfully bolster your ambitions without focusing on yourself. And then you're requiring this person, you're asking this person, hey, can you redistribute the rest of your life to bring up a bottom line for others? Some people might take up that call, some people might not. Let's just say the sample size is very small. If you know what I mean. You know, you've heard that phrase, right? The top 1%, if not the top 0.1%. Well, there's not a lot of room, sample size, and they disproportionately, you know, hold vast amount of resources. So it's a tough situation. I think education is a little of a touchy. I see so much about education and language learning kind of bring up all the things that I thought about. I like, just to give you an idea, when I was in elementary school, I was the only student with perfect grades. I think I was maybe one of two with perfect grades, right? But listen, when I transferred, when my family moved to like middle school in a different area, I was like practically 2 years behind. So I got to my position not because I was ahead. I got to my position because I had to catch up. Regardless of how relatively you do well, land of opportunities. It's kind of like, it's not deceptive. It really is a land of opportunities. That little cliche about the American dream, the land of opportunities. The question is, do you have those opportunities? You can get lucky and come across those opportunities. And the question is, are you competent enough at the time it happens to seize those opportunities? Many times again, when you see an interview about someone who came from nothing, right? You probably can see this on YouTube all the time. Someone goes up to a millionaire or billionaire and asks, like, what is the thing, like, have you been broke before? Have you? And then whenever they say they came from nothing or they've been broke several times, oftentimes the advice and the stuff is opportunities. Know what your input is, know how to manage all your inputs, and then seize the opportunity when they present themselves, right? So that, in my opinion, is a great example of how the American system works. And it isn't fair. In a sense of fair as in everyone has fair... Largely, people have fair game. The downside is luck is not fair to everyone. Serendipity and coincidences and stuff is not fair to everyone. The goal is to operate in a situation where you maximize opportunities. And That's why I'll go back to your initial question, Sub-Zero, when you asked if language learning was free, right? If it was free, would I take it? Yes, I would take it. It is an opportunity. It's free. And guess what? Self-studying means I'm a person of one. That's so all the opportunity when I'm self-studying, if I were to self-study alone, all the opportunity is as big and as numerous as myself. That's pathetically small. I'm going to be real with you. That's not maximizing opportunities. That's putting all the chips on yourself. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are wonderful geniuses that you might say, oh, I'm going to put all my chips on that person. But for me, if I had to learn something, even now, I'm not truly self-studying. Because I don't bet everything on one person. Opportunities are multiplicatively wilder, like it can be worse too. Like, so the idea is not all opportunities are positive and not all opportunities are negative. But if you have no opportunities at all and you trust yourself to do all those things, right? Then you go down with the ship with a low possibility, but at least you know that you'll be consistent in the outcome, right? So for example, if you don't know Japanese now and you're self-studying, parasocial relationships, you have to rely on parasocial relationships, right? You watch vlogs, you have another source, right? That source is built on someone else, not you, right? It's built on someone else. Now, are those opportunities? Kind of. They are kind of opportunities. But those people don't know you exist. So how do you make something? How do you make a project and maximize the opportunities? Well, you could do a project with someone else, right? Find something else, or be in a organization or institution with other people, right? Then whenever you do something, there's a higher chance of opportunities, and it's up to you to negotiate all those opportunities to find what works for you. But without greater opportunities, you're unable to tune the opportunities to yourself. So if you're self-studying, then the only person that can fail you is yourself, which is great for cynic, right? Someone cynical when they think about group projects is they only think about how other people will make you suck more, right? That's cynicism. And I've already encountered this many times among young, ambitious people. When they think about group projects, the first thing they think about, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? The American education system. And when you're in a group project, you hope that all your group members are just as talented as you are, if not more talented. However, you also find the fear of being the worst in the group, right? But you don't assume that in an opportunistic model. You assume you're the contributor and that everyone else shouldn't bring you down, right? That is oftentimes it closes the most opportunity. Now, one instead would balance this, in my opinion. They would choose to know when there are talented people around you, but you wouldn't exclude any potential investment, a return in investment on a disproportionately less amount of effort. Like, for example, what is $100 to you could be the start of a future millionaire's path to glory. Like, if you go around and you see this kid and you can see that they're hardworking, a small proportion of your opportunities, you can see an opportunity that this person can be something more than whatever you would do with that small amount. And that's kind of how, in my opinion, the American kind of like system is operating on. So if I see someone who is incredibly radiant and have promise, but they're lacking resource. I distribute a proportion of my resource knowing that the opportunity is great on the return, as opposed to another system where saying, oh, it doesn't matter where you start, where you are, we're all going to have access to a similar level of education. So now the question is, do you have people who excel? How often do you have people who excel and have people who don't excel, but at least they meet the bottom line, right? And that's kind of like the balance between gravitating towards mediocrity and having a high range in high glass ceiling and low bottom line, right? It's kind of like watching someone try to play a Souls game. You either quit the game at some point or don't even give, and then you have those people who play the game blindfolded without ever getting hit. Yep. That's competition. I think people go through life in stages where they prefer one or the other. So like when I get older, most definitely I would live in a place, in a system where the bottom line is very high, if you know what I mean, Sub-Zero. Because when I get older, I'm not competing anymore. Like, I don't want to compete anymore. You've already done through that. I mean, I feel like I'm already at that stage where I've lacked competitive drive. So because of that, my opportunities are shrinking. They're getting smaller and smaller. But I'm trying my best to keep them maximized as I'm going. So why did I choose not to self-study, purely self-study language learning? Is largely because I'm no longer competitive with anything. People who choose to self-study most of the time believe that they are better than everyone else, that they are exceptional. So in order to have that confidence there, you are exceptional, because that's a prideful and arrogant and ambitious way to go about it. You can compete with everyone else. You can find the best way. For myself, it's like everything is freely accessible because I'm no longer in competition with anyone. Like someone tells me, oh man, you're spending 4 times the length of time to learn Japanese using Duolingo because Duolingo is garbage. It's like, okay, no hard feelings. Like I get it. I get what you're trying to do, but we're not in competition with each other. I only want to learn something in Japanese. You want to become fluent. Like, that's great. Go and do your competition. You're not getting competition from me. It's kind of like trying to compete with someone who's not even in the race. Right. Kind of weird that it always goes back to that, but it's a good question. I really like that question. You definitely nailed it for me when you said, would I choose to self-study if it was free? No, absolutely not. I see opportunity when I see it. If someone said they were gonna offer to tutor me for free out of the good kindness of their heart, I would take it in a heartbeat. Yep, no strings attached. Not even close. free things like that, never turn it down. Yeah, I would be a forever student if I could. Yes. Like I am not one to be humbled by people's sorry, not the word I'm looking for. I'm not the one who will succumb to my hubris. Hubris is something that I absolutely stay away from personally. I don't have anything against people who like to exercise their ego and their independence and whatnot. I would consider myself relatively independent if I have to be. But man, if someone said that I will take care of you, yes, please. I'm not that prideful. If someone is being generous, I'll take it. It's ironic because a lot of people think that I reject people's help. As in like, oh, I'm only trying to help, but why are you being so snarky? Like you think you know it all. It's like, I'm literally the opposite. The difference is that I know when it's not an opportunity. I know when someone is not caring about me. That's how you survive, in my opinion, in the United States. You survive knowing when people don't care about you. They're only there in it for themselves. That's kind of the conditioning you get from being in an opportunity system. You know what opportunities aren't opportunities. When someone comes up to you and say, oh yeah, I did this and I did this and I did this, praise me. It's like, you don't care about me. So that's not an opportunity. That's the gross, cynical, not really even cynical, that's the realistic portrayal. If I moved to a different country that had communal system, like maybe Japan, communal system, then my mentality would be definitely different. I would behave accordingly. Like, when you go around and you pick up trash, when you're in a country that has people who pay people to pick up trash, then you don't pick up trash. Like, that's kind of my feeling about it. Like, for example, going to Japan and tipping people. You can tip people thinking that you're being kind, but that's not the social norm, right? The reason why Japan has a system is because the way they are being paid is they're being paid to do their job, right? So there's responsibilities. Meanwhile, in the United States, like, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but then those people aren't being paid and they're being, but there are a huge range. There are people who suck at services and they don't ever get tips. And then there are people who are really good at services and they earn way more than the statistical average. So that's the opportunity thing, right? Whether you like it or not, opportunistic type of model tends to create gigantic ranges. So people at the top are really, really at the top. The people who are miserable and cannot be like eloquent or like maybe even deceptively and pretentiously eloquent, that's what happens. In Japan, when you go there, it's consistent across the board, and their goal is to constantly raise the bottom line, because if the bottom line goes up, everyone goes up, or the vast majority of people go up. In the United States, if you're in an opportunistic situation, if you raise the bottom, there's no guarantee that the top goes up. Usually they kind of go down. The range contracts, right? If you raise your bottom, then your advantage at the top technically relatively shrinks, right? So it's a really different mindset. Yeah. And you definitely nailed me for my opportunism. I had to learn this. I still don't do it very well. Like, for now, what am I doing right now, right? I still don't do it very well. What should I be doing? Well, looking for sponsorships. Or if I were like an opportunistic person and I focus on making money and stuff, well, let's just say it doesn't look like this. And the nice thing about this is, since I am privileged enough, I don't have to be pressured to do this. Like, do things to make it work. Like, I don't have to be constantly thinking about how to make money or how to further my career, right? And that's kind of nice. And I actually do feel why some people who, when they reach a similar part in their life in the United States, they decide to go to a different country to reside there, either temporarily or even permanently, right? You go to a country that is far more communal, where the consistency of the bottom line is, no matter how bad it gets, the bottom line is so high that it's reasonable. I mean, we know a few influencers that did the same thing. Sub-Zero. We don't even have to name some of those influencers who decide to go to a communal system. It's like, if they get old and they no longer am competitive or nothing, as long as they follow the rules and upstand citizen, they consistently will thrive. because of the way resources and stuff are distributed. Yeah. So, for better or for worse. Feels bad. It feels good and feels bad at the same time. I don't know what it's like in Norway. How do you feel, Sub-Zero, about your Norway? Where I'm only going off of the education system. So I'm strictly only talking about the education system. I don't know about how like economics work and politics and religion and whatnot. But education system is like that here. If you suck, you suck. And if you need help, you might not have it. If you're a baller and you're a superstar, then you get everything. And possibly even more. So you get way more than you need. Yeah, healthcare is free too. Yeah, I'm aware of that over there. Yeah. And here it's not, obviously. However, healthcare for the privilege is exceedingly phenomenal. And then healthcare for those who don't have access to it is like it's low. It's low. I lived through a period in my life where we had at least minimal healthcare, if not any healthcare. So we take care of ourselves. We try to stay as healthy as possible. That's why I don't remember the last time I had the flu. And I just deal with my allergies as I go. My father had a heart attack for an hour or two before he was admitted to a hospital. I know I'm laughing about it, but that's only because my father is still here. But man, yeah. Pinching pennies on people's hells. Okay, let me go through this stuff. Let me to at least accomplish this. Long. Bye. Way. Yuan. Okay. We got those. Those are fine. Now let's go back to the beginning. I guess one of the complaints you could have about free school system is that a common occurrence here is the extensive use of program exploration. Yeah. Some will hop from degree to degree, yeah. And the downside is the amount of community resources that are spent to give a person such a privilege, yeah. And what I can see from that is, what if, I'm not trying to be too cynical, what if someone just doesn't want to perform? Or what if someone just doesn't want to get with the program? That would mean that they are a welfare target, right? So your success and your prop could be used and redistributed to bringing up people who simply does not want to contribute. And that has happened before. It's very harsh. Actually, if you take Japan and China as an example, they're incredibly strong communal states. And there is a lot of hidden animosity for that kind of thing, right? Like, oh, well, you're just lazing around and doing nothing, right? Or at least that's how you feel. And then you see these other people who benefit and are pulled up by your contributions. So there are extreme examples, but usually when you get into a communal state, those people are ignored. You just pretend like they don't exist. Or like you try to ignore them and tolerate them, but they're like not something that you would recognize. You know, imagine a NEET, right, in Japan. Someone was like a closed off person who doesn't want to work or do anything, right? That kind of thing then becomes one of the things that you notice more often. It's not pleasant either. I think seeing those things are kind of sucky. And at the same time, here I am in a country where if you suck, then you probably sucked because you sucked. Is that any better? Like, no, that just makes me upset. Like, I get upset either way. It's not the greatest to see people not find whatever it is that makes their calling. I mean, some people are literally happy to sit on the work of others, right? And I'm kind of an enabler like that. Luckily, they do encourage completion of degrees. Okay, to prevent people from starting degrees without finishing and instead encourage people to actually finish. You have a system here where you get back 40% of your student loan if you actually complete the degree. Oh, that's nice. Wow, man. I swear, you're trying to make me move to Norway or something. Even though I can't be a native. Like, man, that sounds like a nice deal. What the heck? That's like automatic 40% loan forgiveness just for completing a degree. So here's the thing. Here's a little twist on it. I know, because of the system, the educational system that I grew up in, I know how wonderful what you just said. I know how to appreciate that, because the education system that I grew up in is one where what you just described, a vast majority of people do not get that. So if that is just offered blanketly, it's like almost a dream come true. Now the question is, what did I gain from it? Right? Would it be possible for me to get a free education as a PhD student if they had to redistribute everything to making sure that everyone is encouraged to get an education, a bachelor's education? So you see what I mean? Like, what is it possible that if I were to get a free ride for my PhD, if the system redistributed all those funds by normalizing everyone? I would never know. I don't know enough about economics, but I can tell you that the reason the establishment, one of the organizations that I apply to, is that funding is focused, distributed. It is focused towards those who have high aptitude, right? So that selection process is also part of the privileges you are given. I don't know if those privileges could exist at the level that made me who I am now if the over 60% of that resource is redistributed to normalizing everything else, right? So it's kind of a tough question. I would love to hear some really genius economics person talk about if it would be plausible. Like, my bottom line is, Sub-Zero, here's my bottom line, right? You hear me out here. I have a PhD in biology, so my bottom line is a PhD in biology, free. So the question is, if the United States education system decided that they redistribute all their resources so that it would still guarantee me to get a PhD, a free PhD ride to biology, is that even possible with redistributing a communal thing? Because you're saying a degree, right? And you get 40% back. That, to me, to reach where I am, to guarantee my position, right? The only equivalence that you can have for me to distribute is that I would get a PhD for free. So the question is that possible in a system where everyone gets a free ride on a PhD education? Would it be possible to do that? I personally would argue probably not, since it didn't happen in other countries who strive to do that, to give universal education, right? So you might be thinking like, so where did that extra resource comes from? It came from people who didn't have those resources. So I'm always constantly remembering that I must give back. That's kind of my thought here. I got a PhD in biology. I got a free, effectively a free ride. And I think every day, like, I'm glad I have all my privileges. It did come from somewhere, right? My opportunities, this is like the American kind of thing. My opportunities came from someone else's loss a lot of times. If people didn't invest in me, then they could have invested in that other person. It's kind of a really unfortunate, kind of a really mellowy, rounded opinion to make sure that I stay humble, because it's not just me that made all this possible. It's the system and the people who chose me as well. So if they didn't choose me, then the resources would have went to someone else. It's not like everyone had the same amount of resources. If they didn't choose me, then they could have chosen someone else. As opposed to, oh, we could have chosen either of you if you wanted. And that's kind of the system that I feel you're more familiar with. Like, oh, you get to choose to go to college if you want. Oh, you get to choose to go to college if you want. Instead of saying, okay, we have one person who clearly doesn't want to go to college, and we have one person who clearly wants to go to college. So why are we paying the one person who clearly doesn't want to go to college? That's the question that is constantly being asked. If you don't want to go to school, why are you paying for that? Right? And I already encountered someone that felt that way. Actually, it's the same person. They said medical school is a nightmare, right? Medical school is a nightmare. And I asked them, it's a nightmare as in like, it's busy, right? You want to go to medical school, right? Like, you chose this path. And then the person responded like, no, it's just parents, right? Like, parents wanted me to go to medical school. And I'm like, that kind of sucks both ways. But I like to think that those who want to do something get to do them. However, a communal system would mean that everyone's on the same page. In order for a communal system to work, your entire country of people must agree on what is important. Now think about the United States, and then now think about Japan, or even Norway. I'm sure you have your own thoughts. Now think about Japan, and think about the United States. If you go and ask the United States, an American, if you pick a random American and ask them a question, what is the most important thing about an American education system? You will probably not get the same answer when you ask for details. So a system that is communal is going to be really, really difficult in a country where it feels like everyone differs in what is important. Meanwhile, in Japan, it's possible to raise the bottom line because regardless of even the nuances, they can universally agree how their money should be spent. Like how the government's money should be spent on promoting their education system. And I feel like it's the same way for Norway. Like, I think you give me the impression that most Norwegians agree on the system. That's why that system exists. In the United States, it's like, well, we made all the money, says a state of people, we should decide how to use that money and distribute that money. Those who are lazy, we don't want them. That kind of thing, right? And you might be saying, oh yeah, but that's kind of insensitive and kind of cruel. It's like, well, in a communal system, if you don't contribute to the community, that's unacceptable. It basically, it's so unacceptable, it doesn't exist. Or you pretend like it doesn't exist, right? You don't see the homelessness in Japan. They're just there. You don't see it. You don't see the potential human rights violations on work ethic and stuff because that doesn't exist. You can't do that. Well, in the United States, right, those who do not perform, then and unfortunately, even those who can may not even see those opportunities because they either don't make the cut or they do make the cut, but they were born into a situation where there's not enough opportunity, and it kind of sucks all around. You'd be surprised to see how many people here actually don't even go to college despite it being free. Exactly. That's kind of the concern, the counter argument. When you're thinking about the American education system, looking out, like from an American looking out into other systems. So it sucks for them having to pay for us, I guess. Yeah. Oh yeah, and in the reverse as well. Yeah, you're right. It's also the reverse. I totally get that too. Like paying for something that you don't want, right? It's so humans are weird, okay? It's the human condition. Successful, reasonable people have to consider their own welfare. So if they're paying for something that's not benefiting them, that's altruism. And despite what a lot of people say, true altruism rarely is once in several lifetimes. When there's an evidence of where humans operate in organism where in an organization where there's true altruism, as in, here, just take it, no strings attached, I'm more than willing to pay for you. That's it. For that reason, a lot of arts majors get hated from blue collar workers here. That makes sense. Yeah. that still is not to say that doesn't happen here. There's a lot of that counter argument here too, where the meme oh, this is what your college education, this is what your taxpayer money is paid for. It's paying. And then you take the worst examples of the students who go to college, but they're not appropriate for college, for example. And then that would serve as an example for blue collar workers. That's oh, this is what your tax money is paying for. It is actually quite literally a political argument now. And it sucks because if you want to make a compelling argument, you often take the worst examples or the strongest examples. So you point to the worst to argue against something, and you point to the best to argue for something. What is the actual reality? Well, some people can see me and say, well, you have a PhD in biology. What a waste of money because you're not currently doing biology, right? And I have to be realistic about it, and that's true. You can make a very compelling argument that I have a PhD in biology and I'm not doing research right now. So a person could ask, what was the point? Right? And it's a harsh reality. I don't know. Sometimes I might sound a little bit too cynical. Politics is really not my thing. Can't there be a straight answer? Yeah, there can't be a straight answer. Sorry, I had to cough. All right, I really need to finish this unit. Have I forgotten the rest? No, I don't think I've forgotten the rest. When I'm really loose, I remember things. Yeah. Oh, this is too... That's too angled. Fine. Maui. Oops. Dai. You gotta go get some sleep. Yeah, take care. Sleep well. Sleep well. It was a great chat. It was definitely a great chat. I really like it. I think these types of conversation would not be possible between like the same culture people, right? Like we don't have these talks. This is pretty much what I mean by multiculturalism or multicultural talks. Like individuals who come from different backgrounds have these conversations, not people who come from the same background who also agrees on all the same things, right? And it's nice that we can see all the pros and cons and whatnot between the two. It reminds me of scholarly conversations in an international university, right? There are tons of people that come from different backgrounds, have these conversations. So, thanks for the talk. Always a privilege. Always a privilege. And sleep well. I'll catch you on the next one. Catch you on the next one, Sub-Zero. Also, no more slacking and using your family as an excuse. Just... Or am I kidding? Alright. Okay. Dai. Long. Dang it. What is the left radical again? Oh. Tamaya. Tamaya. Nah. Duh. Those are related. No, I lost it. Dang it. All right. Let's do the other one. No. What did you look like, Ja? Did you look like Ja? No, you didn't look like it. Ah. I know. Does that help? Nope. There's also Kuza. Oh, and then damn. Oh, dang it. Just one. What is this? What are you? It's also the new character. It's the new character. Because we didn't get it. No, I just don't remember. Okay, let's see. Yes. Yeah, everything here is fine. And then yeah, man. Alright, that's fine. We'll go on to the next one. We have to do at least one other unit. Let's do this one. Let's fill in these blocks first, though.
大学生
生日
生日
大学生
生日大学生意大利人大日本
生日
大学生
学大学生
大学生生日
日本加拿大人意大利大学生生日
Progress 喜欢日本喜欢日本
中国喜欢日本老师医生
喜欢日本
喜欢日本你好律师
Oh, it's yeah, 律师
喜欢中文
日本
这是日本 喜欢，豆腐，律师，
喜
欢，
欢，
英文，
英文，
喜欢，
喜欢，
中文，
中文，
日本，
日本，
咖啡，
日本，
日本，
洗手间，
间，洗
手间，
日本，
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 洗手间，洗手间，
不客气，不要，日本，洗手间，这不是，
洗手间，
间，
日本，日本，
洗手
间，
日本，
日本，
这不是，
这不是，
对不
对？
对？不要，洗手，
间，
日本，
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 英国人，
英国人，
洗手间，
洗手间，
不要，
不要，
这不是，
日本
洗手间，
间，日本
生
日，日本
医生，地铁，
地铁。Oh yeah, we need to. I don't have D. 地铁。
生日，夹克，
跟夹克。
日本，
生日，
生日，生日，
日本，
日本，
日本，生日，
生日，
不长，老师，
生日，
日本，大学生，
大学生，
日本，
下个月，
月，OK，下个月，
下个月，
日本，
日本，
下个月，下个月，
下个月，水果，
不对，
对不对？日本，
下个月，
日本，日本，
下个月，
不客气，日本，
不对，
不长，
不长，
下个
月，
日本，
下个月，
下个月，
水果，
水果，
这不是，
这不是，
日本，
日本，
不对，
日本，
下个月，
月，送，送，
他，
送，
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 我，短，他，
杯，
送，
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 送，去，他，见
，Oops, wrong tone.
送，人，
他，
他有他床送妈
送
短
短
他送
送
想
想
那
对哦
客厅，
客厅
后天，
后天
后后天，
客厅
机
oops
机客
客
厅
厅
客厅，
I haven't used 客厅 in a long
后
while
天
后天
昊天
后天
意大利人公园
公园
客厅喜欢
I tapped the wrong thing. All right. Do I want to continue? Let's get the heart. Let's get the 2.
明床七
一 T
两条白色的围巾，
两条白色的围巾，两条白色的围巾，
那条绿色的裙子，
那条
那条
绿色的围巾，绿色的围巾。喂，
那条绿色的裙子，
裙子。
裙子，
凯文会送她两条裙子。
OK， 凯文会送他两条裙子。
那件大衣很有名。
OK，
那
件大衣
很
有名。
有名。
我们的房间很小，
我们的房间很小。
我的爸爸，
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 这是我儿子的床，
这是我的儿子的床，这是我的儿子的床。
那件大衣怎么样？
那件大衣
件
怎么样？大衣
怎么样？
你的爸爸的你爸爸的房间很漂亮。
很漂亮。
我的床
很小。
房间床
这条绿色的裙子很漂亮。And now I find it.
绿色
的
裙子
很漂
亮。
对，你的新房子很漂亮。
新房子很漂亮。
Okay. We'll get 2 hearts.
学
面
饭
饭
生鱼
礼物面车票
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。
你的车票，
你的车票，
你的
车票，
车票。
我们会坐火车去长城。
我们去，我们会坐火车去长城。
这是我的车票，
这是我的车票。
我
这是我的车票。
车票。
祝你生日快乐。
祝你生日快乐。
你的礼物，
你的礼物，
你的
礼物，
礼物。
长城很有名。
长城很有名。
这个周末我儿子也会去公园。
OK，
这个
周末
我
的儿子，对，我儿子也去公园 something。
这个周末我儿子也会去公园。
会也会去。对，这个周末我不忙。你是学生吗？他们对，他们是学生吗？他们不吃鱼吗？Or no, just 不吃鱼。OK， 我不喜欢。不喜欢。喜欢 Where are you？
你好，你好，你好。
我不喜欢那大衣那件大衣。Okay. All right, let's go back. Where is that place with all the goldens? Wait, did I skip it? How did I manage to skip it? What happened? Wait, what's happening? I thought I completed all this. What? Oh, what? I could've... Oh no. I collapsed it. Just kidding.
客厅。后天。
Okay.
后天。
客厅。Oops.
客厅。
客厅。
后天。
客厅。公园。喜欢。后天。意大利
人。
后天。
客厅。 客厅
后天，
后天，客厅，意大利，房子，我的
客厅，
客厅，地铁，生日，大学生，后天，
客厅，后天，
Okay. Yes. Give me those golden blocks. 圆条
条，
圆
圆
条
是圆条远这
圆
Wait. Uh-oh.
圆
Okay, I can hear.
圆
Yeah, I thought it was yen. Okay.
条
圆
圆
条
要
圆大家
条
圆
做
远
圆 Ah, jeez, that's rough. 圆
条心
圆
圆条不送那
the two yens together. Yeah, yuan and yuan. 哎呀，绿茶，哎呀，绿茶，
英国律师美国哎呀绿茶
Oh, I see why they did that.
哎呀
Fine.
哎呀
绿茶
哎呀
哎呀，
哎
对
绿茶谢谢哎呀不要超市
绿茶
不长韩国绿茶哎呀中国
哎呀
米饭这是你好哎呀绿茶
唱歌
绿茶
right.
绿茶
唱歌
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 唱
绿茶
唱歌饭馆
客气
绿茶韩文
绿茶
绿
唱歌，
唱歌
唱
唱
歌，
绿茶
零食
旅行
绿茶亚洲数学唱
歌
唱歌，
唱
我的唱歌
唱歌
绿茶旅行你好
你好唱歌
绿茶，
那
他
他的
他的
的
汤
你的 whoops
他
他的
的
他的
他
他的
他的 That startled me like crazy. Holy heck. Dude.
他的
他的
说买他你的
他的
巧克力绿色
巧克力巧克力
绿色
巧克力公交车下个月绿色白色
巧克力巧克力
Why is oh man that is that's kind of mean actually. Oh yeah, because it's related to oh wait, it's the same ka. Is it? Oh no, it's not. It's not the same ka.
绿色
巧克力绿色出租车看电影巧克力绿茶
绿色
That's startled me a little. 绿色
绿色
巧克力绿色服务员洗手间白色
巧克力
绿色这不是绿茶巧克力中学生
almost
牛奶巧克力
巧克力 Why is this so much shorter than I imagined?
巧
克力巧克力牛奶
奶茶
巧克力巧克力
大学生巧克力英文日本 奶茶，
奶茶，
巧克力，
巧，
奶茶，
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 巧克力，
奶茶，打篮球，英国，医生，巧克力，
牛奶，
奶，奶，
牛奶，
牛奶，
巧克力，
也是，
也是，
对吗？
对吗？
火车站，
车长，牛奶，
牛奶，
巧克力，
巧。Okay. All right, all right. Okay.
夹克，
夹克 and then it's gonna show me 巧克力 because it's the same 克 Yes.
巧克力，
I didn't even make that connection earlier. 夹克
巧克力，中文，火车站，奶茶，夹克，
巧克力，
巧克力，
夹克，
夹克。Oh, you know, I might have written incorrectly. I didn't like cross it. So that might be a mistake actually.
夹克，巧克力，
巧克力，
巧克力，下个月，便宜，
便宜，学习，
夹克，
爸，
绿色，
绿色 OK fair enough
绿色，
爸，
白色，
白色，
白
白
色，
菜，茶，日
日
本，白色，八，
白色，
色，
爸，
白色，
白色，
唱歌，圆，课，八，绿色，
八，
日本，
日本，
八，白色，
白色，
菜，
菜，
口，
八，
绿色，
色。Okay. Oh, we passed midnight. Oh.
白色，
绿色，
白色，
绿色，不长，白色，英文，我们，
Whoops.
绿
色，
色，
绿色，
白色，
白色，色，
白色，
绿色，
色，
凯文，绿色，白色，律师，
律师啊，律师，
北京，
I keep overcommitting on the 这。Oh, we're close. 对吗？厨房，
厨房，
对吗？
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 厨房，
不要。日本
本
厨房喜欢
对吗？
对吗？对吗？
厨房
对吗？
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 第二老婆
对吗？
吗？
玛丽厨房
厨房
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 老公厨房还是
，whoops，
第二
对吗？
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 这是
这是
厨房
厨房
老婆
老婆
公寓
公寓。
对
不对？
不对，
对
和茶对
不要
不要
不对，
不
不
对
不对
对
对
对
不对，
took so long to
不
不
长都
都
不对，
对
冰
冰
对
对不对？
对
对
对对
热对服务员对不对？大
大
学生
学生
对
对
对不对？
对
对不对？
对
对
对意大利
利
对
不
不对？说服务
服务员。Oh, come on. Okay. We'll get this last set and then call it a day.
对吗？
派对 okay. All right. Oh, you know, I don't know where party is. I don't know the 对吗？
妈
对吗？
亚洲派对对
派
对
对
派对
对吗？
对吗？对
对
对
吗？派对
对
对
不对，
对
对吗？
漂亮派对
I got the last one. 音乐 yeah
音乐
音乐 and 快乐
快乐
音乐
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 Oh, these are the ones where 快 and 音 and 乐 are two different things, but the same character.
快乐
快乐
音乐音乐
yeah, the 了 的了，
音
音
乐
乐，哦音
乐
，How dare you？
音乐乐
快乐，
How dare you？That's a first。
快乐，快乐，跑步，
步，
客气，
客气，
飞机，
机，
音乐，快乐，
乐，
快乐
快乐。
快
Don't do it。
乐
快乐，
快乐，
杯，
杯，
音乐，
对吗？
对吗？
茶，
啊，
音乐
音乐。
音乐
No, don't do that。
豆腐，
豆腐，
快乐，派对，
对，
音乐，电
电
视，
视，
快乐
快乐，
快乐
音乐，
音乐，
漂亮，
漂亮，
同学，
同学，
中国，
中国，
快乐，
喂，啊，so close。
音乐，
乐，或乐，
火车站，
火车。Interesting。
火车站，
对，
音乐，
乐。Don't love me。
音乐，
Yeah。
火车站，火车站，
音乐，大学生，火车站，律师，钱包，
火车站，
哦，short quarter。
音乐
音乐。Okay。
音乐
Don't love me。火车站。
火
服务员，医生，你
你
好，
好。
火车站，音乐，
This is Chinese。
音乐
This is Chinese。
英国，
英国。
音乐，
音乐。
绿茶，
绿茶。
对不对？
对不对？
火车站，
火车站。
音乐
火车站，
one more. Is it bad that you don't really know the difference? No. If you don't know Japanese or Chinese, I mean, you wouldn't be kind of tough, I suppose.
音乐，
音乐。What? Oh,
快乐。
Whoops. 音乐。
还是
还是 Oh, I keep doing that. 还是
音乐，
客气，
快乐，
也是，
快乐，
快乐，
音乐，
音乐，音
音乐，快
Don't
乐
love，me. Why?
客气，
客气，
吃饭也是，
快乐，音乐，
I think that's it. I think we got it. Yes. All right. Let's try to remember these things and then call it a day. I guess I have a lot of units tomorrow. Well, let's say 4. At 4, I need to do 6 tomorrow. Man, I really need to focus tomorrow. So what do we have this? We have 后天. Oh, Tian is that phrase. Then, Qiu, and then, is from previous one. 巧克力, Song. Standalone. Song is standalone. What was that? Oh no, it's Weijing. Totally forgot. Is Wei even in there? No. Okay. Wei Jing. Alright, so let's start with those. I think I'm okay. Oh, 后天. Whoops. 巧克力 Beijing. Is that tone 2? Yeah, Beijing. Okay, Beijing. The other ones. So this is Chun. I'm pretty sure those are there yet. Yikes. Okay, that can be better. Let's try that again. Chunzi. Chunzi. Same zi? Yes. Same zi. Now we have 白色 and 绿色. How did I think it was this and then this? Yes, right? Where is it? It is. Where are you? Oh no, it's not. The radical is. Dang it. Actually, there's probably one extra stroke. Oh no, it's extended down here. Yeah, 绿色, and then 快乐. 快乐. We have 快 already, so just recently get reinforced. So 快乐. Le is the same as yeah, but not the same as yeah. Oh my gosh, okay. Yeah. 快乐. 音乐. So it's like yes. All right. Remember those? Okay. 橙子, 白色, 绿色. 快乐. Beijing. Okay. Let's try again. Oops. 白色. Lisa. Then we're adding the other ones. Oh no. We'll do the ones we remember first. chocolate. 围巾 what am I missing? Yeah, I have no time. Let's 后天 right, 后天 okay. Then we're adding 礼物 okay, 礼物 and then we have a bunch of extra stuff. It's so easy to fall down etymology rabbit holes. I can see that. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see, Li. We have Li checked. What other vocabulary was? 对，probably 对不对？生日 ，OK， 生日，天后天，他 probably for her， 他快乐。We covered that. Covered the 快乐。条 again. Because of 味精。Okay, 条。No, right. 轮子 We covered that. 对 Probably just 对 as in right. 对 Duh. Heck. This is a duh for in chapter 8. Duh. No, it's chapter. It's unit 4. There's nothing here. Oh boy. It's fine. We'll skip the. We can combine it with like tada. It's probably tada. Which ones are we adding? There's no. So, Li. Right, Li Wu. Li Wu. Oh, like 他的礼物 or 你的礼物. That's probably where that came from. It's fine. We're familiar with the. And put in like 他的礼物. Practice that. Ugh. That's why we practice. Other 礼物. We'll fit it in there to cover some practice. Was there something only down here? Oh. 生日 生日 I think that's it. 条 条 条 for 围巾 So sure. Alright, let's try to put it all together. Which one do we forget? I feel like, oh. Oh, dear. Cool. Oh, dear. Oh. I don't know why it's so spaced, it's fine. 巧克力 一条 围巾 That's a way to integrate that. 围巾 Ah, no. Got the left radical. Oh, wait, I do remember it. 裙子 no. 白色 Whoops. No one saw anything. 绿色 Just going as quickly as I can. 绿色 Now I'm stuck. Fine. We'll do... What the? Li Wu. Oh, Wu. Li Wu. Li Wu. Oh, I know what it is. Don't forget. Chang'e. Oh, we can do... Is there anything else? 对 I think that's good enough. Right? We get everything. 一条 对 okay. That's good enough. And I try the ones up here. Clothing. Yeah. Maui. Oops. I don't actually know if that extends out. I'll have to double check. Ooh, that's awful. That's so upsetting. It's fine. Dai. Long. Son of a... Yeah, Dui is incorrect. Yeah, that's right. That's when they introduced it. 怎么样? How do I remember the rest? Nah. Duh. Those are paired up. Clothing. Do the ones we remember. Boots. Boots. Tiao. Oh, I forgot again. Oh no, not again. Don't do this. Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah, there's more. Nope. It's so difficult to recall things. Damn. Oh. Yeah. They're so unrelated. Yo, 一点. And the rest. 黄 白 对 and 圆 We're kind of behind. I yapped a little too much today. We have to cover, like, we don't need to cover these two. These two are pretty solid because we just practiced them. We have 6 tomorrow. Ooh. Okay, I kind of want to push for one more, I guess. Maybe push for one more. No, I'm kind of tired. Let's try this one. But if I do this one, it reduces it down to 5. Oh there, Shaman. Alright, I guess we'll give this a shot. I think I remember most of these. Ooh, yeah, I don't... Ooh. This one, though? Okay, so let's look. Yeah, Huang Ying. Ying is gonna be... Then... Huang is the same, right? Xi Huan. Russian to French is quite empty course in Duo. Oh, I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. Huang Ying. 欢迎，欢迎，欢迎，光临，光临。Where's Ling at? Oh no, I have to learn a new character. Oh no. Okay. Guanling kind of looks.
欢迎光临。
Guanling. That's straight down? Or is it just so compressed? Oh, look. It's just pressed up too much. Let's see. Let's go look. Ling, where are you? Without extra help with other sites, explaining plainly is very hard to learn from just Duolingo. I can see that. Not about quantity, but quality. Russian English has a lot more letter sounds, for example. Okay. It's more about I would probably throw my hand in. It's more about developmental costs and developmental timeline and availability than quantity over quality. That's a really blanketed argument for excusing production costs and developmental costs. Or let's see. I can't tell. Wait. Oh, Guanling. Okay, I can put in the tones. Go. It is yep, it's straight down. Okay, straight down. It's not really manipulated anyway. Straight down. So on. Oops. Interesting. Kick. Okay. All right. So, kick. Well, I saw how course changed a little during the time I learned it. That's great that they have some changes. Interesting. Glad it's still in development. Oh no. Okay. So. Longing. Oh, I need space. Okay. Longing. It's like oh no, this is not that. It's not a mix of Xing. It's actually straight down, isn't it? Ling. We just learned, right? Actually, that might not be the radical I'm looking for. Hold up. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. I kind of want to see this again. Okay. That's the first one. Okay. This is Changchang. Jiangchang. No, Shangchang here.
商店
Shangdian. Oh, they're using dian this one.
商场
Shangchang. Shangchang is next to you. But Shangdian. So it's combined with dian. Okay. I think I've written this incorrectly. Oh, and you need to make a room. That's okay. Shangchang. Shangdian. Dian is Dian with a cap. Not Dian. Shangdian. Tone 4. Shangdian. Roll. 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 I'm guessing they have about. Oops. No, wait, that's right. Roll about. Oh, that's too far down. I think it's this to, yeah. About. What is it? Leo. I think Leo is just Leo. We're gonna omit numbers. Numbers are fine. We're just gonna throw numbers on the side. There are three numbers here. Probably for about oh, and probably like yuan. Okay. Oh. All right. Right. All right, let's do those. Oof. That's not pretty. Okay. 光迎光临. Chang Dian. Chang Dian. Roll 包子. Okay. Okay. Get up these. Ooh, that middle one. That middle one. So let's so good. Gonna cancel the numbers. 包子. Yeah. 多少钱? Oh. We have 钱 on here? 钱多少 Wait, hold the phone. Are you saying there's another one that Dang it. Oh. Alright, that's fine though. It's 少多少钱 Okay. It's not too bad though. It's right. 多少钱多少 What's this? 多少钱按红茶红茶was this the heck? Oh, ping. Oh my gosh, ping. What can I group ping with for? No, I can't group ping with anything. Is there shui? No shui. Cha? Okay. Okay, I can do that. So, ping. Okay, okay, I got it. I got it. You can even add the numbers in. Okay, ping. Sure. We'll do those first. So. Oops. Duo. Yo. Tian. Oh man, that's not in proportion. This one. Tian. Yeah. Which direction did it go? No. It's... Okay. I don't think it's just... Okay. Okay. Tian. 多少钱? No. I'm missing a stroke. I think it's... Oh, oh, oh! Oh my gosh. Please. Oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Oh no. This, not right now. I think it's here. Hit the wrong button. Okay. So, like here, here. Actually, I'm not quite sure if they're both the same length or not. Are they both the same length? The top one's kind of shorter. Okay. Total钱? Maybe like... E or Leo. I'm just put in Leo, right? Liu Ping, Hong Cha, Hong Cha. Throw in some number. You can use like Wu, about Wu Ge. Hey, Ge is in here either. Wu Ge Bao Zi. Is Liang here? No, Liang. They didn't practice Liang. Okay. We'll do Wu, then. I think I'm too tired for this. It's kind of weird. So we have Jian, Dai. Why is Jai Jian separated? Dai Jian. Huh. Oh, because Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of something. Oh, wait, 再见 is oh, 见 is, where's 见 at? Oh, it's down here. 再见. Oh no, this one, I just don't use too much. 复现金，and then 刷卡. Am I excited for Evo this weekend? I know how much you love fighting games. I do follow Evo. On account of Maximilian Dude though. I don't play fighting games anymore. However, I do enjoy seeing people enjoy the FGC, enjoying the renaissance of fighting games lately. Fuxianjing. Oh no. It's gonna be. So we covered these. So again. What is so for now? Jar, no. Oh, 这个, okay. 这个, there's the 个. Oh, no, wait, no, it's just 这. Oh, for these? Yeah, because of numbers. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. How's that even being without the counter? I guess we could just say what? What? So what? I need an example. To I can't think of an example where I would use to alone as these. Oh boy. I guess it would be like 这是 like 这是他们的包子 these are their buns or something, or 这是他们的这是他们的六个包子 or something, or these to change it into plural. That's probably what they did, or something like that. Or 这是这 yeah, you would need a counter. And it just changes. Yeah, it just changes. So you could just say 这个这是两个包子 and these are two buns. So I guess that's how they went with it. They went with plural for the first time. Oh boy. What else can I gather from this? 吃 Okay, there are things to eat. 吃 Anything special? 好吃 Oh, that's why 好 is next to it. 好吃 Let me guess. 那个 Just nah. Okay. Oh, because it's plural again. So these and those, right? 这 and na. The previous one was not using na and 这 as singular, and then they're just saying these and those. Yeah, fair enough. And 见 刷卡. Okay, these are standalone. So, what is this? Ooh. 千 不 千 不 oh wait 相不相见 不相近 yeah 不相近 the only way I can prime myself is I'm more used to saying 现在 right? We can use 现在 because 现 is the same one. 现在 So I haven't ever really said 不现金 very often. So we can prime with 现在 right now. And 今 is self-explanatory. Is 今 self-explanatory? Kind of, because it's money, or it's metal, so to speak. It's metal. I would remember it. You're very late, but got good rest. How goes studying? It's going all right. We're reviewing pretty hard, but I like we yapped a lot today. We super yapped. I think out of the 8 hours, I think we yapped 3 of those hours. But now I'm like trying to complete today. I was supposed to complete 4 units today. I'm only on the 3rd one. Like I was supposed to review 4 units. So then I leave myself with 4 units tomorrow. At the moment, I'm on the 3rd unit, and I'm probably gonna leave myself 5 units tomorrow. Save me. Yeah, too much yapping. Okay, so let's review. How's your day? How was your day, or how is your day going right now, Blair?多少 多少钱 6 That could be further down, it's fine. 6 平 What is the right side of ping? What is it? No. 六瓶，六瓶红茶。Okay. Don't worry about numbers. Idea. Sorry. I screwed up. Ooh. Who? Ooh. Ooh. Something. Ooh. Right. Ooh. 像，互相，像，线，不，no， 互线，线，线，互线，金，互线金。Shaka, I remember Shaka. Shaka is very distinct. It's so busy. And Ka is pretty interesting looking thing too. Oops. Besides messing up the last row. Then we have to get used to. So, have to remind ourselves again. Oh, that is gross looking. It's it. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's fine. Gotta remind ourselves. The plural version, sure. And sure. Guess we think of food, we think of chur. Chur is kind of awful looking. Fine. Not too bad. We moved that cat into our apartment, so it's hiding in my bathroom right now. I have battle wounds from moving it. Aw. I hope the little fella gets acclimated quickly. Sounds like a very early adjustment period. Okay, so I'm gonna try now. Okay. Huang Ying. Huang Ying. Ugh. Huang Ying Guan Ying. Huang Ying Guan Ling. Guan Ling. Huang Ying Guan Ling. It's all gone. Everything's gone. Oh, wait. Talk about price, so. 商店，商店。We'll throw in a number. 五个肉包子，五个肉包子。One's just out of the blue. The idea. My own cats are so curious about it. Or are they gonna get along? I hope your cats get along with the new one. I imagine it's kind of a hit or miss when you're trying to introduce new cats. Like your fluffball. What's your fluffball's name? The one that you took a picture of. What is that one's name? You said cats, so I imagine, yeah. Now there are other cats in question, but what was the current one? The one that was like really adamant on sitting in front of your keyboard or on your keyboard. Go Diva or Godiva? Is it Godiva? Is that how you say it? I don't remember. And your black cat is Samuel or Samuel? All I can see is Go Diva. Like Go and Diva. And Samuel, I want to say Samuel because it kind of reminds me of an angel name, right? Ale, like I don't know, Gabriel kind of thing. Then my American, like Keikona wants to say Samuel. Oh, angel's name? Oh, okay. Samuel. Okay. And then what about Go Diva? I could see a Godiva, but Godiva is a GA, right? So Godiva? Go Diva? Godiva? It's a really unique name. I haven't heard that name before. Okay. Idea. What else we have? No, what is it? I think it's Leo. Oh, that could totally look better. Fine. Leo Ping. Hongcha. That's a lot of black tea, but you know, big party. That covers that. We throw in some numbers too. Ba was also part of it. And then we have so close. I can do this. What else was there? Let's get the one that I was hyper focused on. Ooh. 不上不上肩 Whoa, my pen. What happened?不上肩 Oh, there might be a stroke at the top actually. I'll have to take a look. Ka. I don't remember the one on the left. Oh no. No. I already did everything. Oh, that's fine. Oh, right. Sure. Celebrated too soon. Sure. That's awful. Sure. Sure. How sure. Got about these and those. Godiva. Oh, it really is Godiva. Oh, okay. Godiva, like the chocolate. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was an O. I always thought it was an A. I see. So they want to try it from the top. I think we'll give it our go, right? This is going to be the best go we're going to try to go. And then I'm going to call it a day. Shouldn't have yapped so much. Regrets? Regrets? Okay, let me collapse these. Might as well collapse all of these actually. Okay. Alright. We'll at least get our constellation 3 units. So 3, 4, and 5. These are the ones. And we got 6, 7, 8, and 9 to go over. And then we already know. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. We need. Oh. What? Wait. Did I miscount? No. Okay, 3, 4, 5, right? And I have 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah. 5 to do tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow's good stuff. Okay. I'm just squeezing it as much. Okay, so let's start on the most recent one. Unit 5, right? Start by drawing a complete blank. Okay. You are also now starting to dream in Japanese. Very nice. Okay, 欢迎光临. Oh, I need to write these. Oops. Running out. They're kind of tight. I've got to check something. Or accept the consequence. Young dear. Why is this so tall? Young dear. Fine. That's fine. Go roll Baozi, sure. To keep track of the row. Might as well put place. Duh. Nah. Nah. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Now we have to enter panic mode. I don't... Okay. We'll go with the stuff I remember. Idea. If we're getting the right radical. Wu Ping. Hong Cha. Dang it. I really need to look at this one again too. Oh my gosh. It's the wrong stroke word. 好吃，好吃。I'm definitely missing one. What else we can express? Ooh. 线。线。线。尖，不下尖。巴卡。Severin. I think that's fine. We're gonna move up to birthday plans. Birthday plans. Oh, come on. Then hell. I guess we'll just throw in whatever's related. Shangri. Shangri. Oh, 天。巧克力。送。At least I think that's one, right? Oh. Makes sense? Let's throw in Bah. Ba Tiao. Ba Tiao. Wei Jing. And we have Na. Na and De again. the singular. Oh, what's the left? Oh.裙子，裙子。Birthday plans. Hmm. We're gonna go with白色。绿色，绿色。条。I remember something like. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Birthday. All right, let's go back to Unit 3. We have Jian. Ugh. Maui. Gai. Lung. Oops. 怎么样 Clothing. Clothing. Ugh. Jacket. Boots. Boots. Shop. So buy. Oops. Wait. Wait. Yuan. Oh. I don't know where this is. We're just gonna. Go 小钱. Anything else? The yeah, this is all I got for now. I'm really tired. Let's see. What's the damage? Oh, Duang. So then there's being as well. 有一点 good phrase. 有一点 Duang. Na is there. 有一点 okay. Sure. That wasn't too bad. Not too much damage. 一点 keep forgetting 点 礼物 like 他的礼物 is what I was using. Specifically this 他 Oops, not the correct one. Maybe it's just straight down. How the 礼物 So 礼物 is the last thing I miss. Oh, 快乐 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 You know what's missing from here? We're missing 2. Missing 2. Is it here anywhere? No. Like 祝你生日快乐 Where the heck is 祝 at? I have no examples of it. Okay, that wasn't too bad either. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. Forgot 快乐 Largely just 快乐 Okay. Can't get them all yet. What do we do? What is the damage here? Actually, none. No damage. Hot diggity dog. Hot diggity. Well, sorry. Hot dog. Okay. So what? 快乐 Duang. 一点 if I remember Duang, I could make like 有一点短 would be helpful. Alright, I'm tired. I gotta check out. That review on in 2 days is going to be brutal. But we're gonna give it a shot anyways. And it's gonna happen first before our Japanese lesson. Alright folks, that's a wrap. We tried our best. Ugh. It is so difficult when you're trying to recall the stuff. Especially without context. All these like section titles are not helpful. They're not helpful. They're not helpful at all. And it's definitely a lot easier to just recall them. Like speech wise. So we have what? 欢迎光临 商店 Yeah, 6 and 5 8 肉 包子 再见停红茶互相间刷卡生日后天巧克力这那好吃 好吃。条围巾、裙子、白色、绿色、肩、毛衣、大衣、冷，怎么样？夹克。他的礼物，快乐，爽，有一点，多少钱？来，贵，愿，肚子。got some vocabulary in there. All right, folks. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Hopefully you guys are enjoying and learning things, what's the take-home message for Chinese now? Nah, we got too much yaps today. Too much yaps today. I guess the conversation I had while I was doing Chinese today was about the educational system. Comparing and contrasting, at least what I understand superficially, since I'm not working in the educational system anymore. We were comparing and contrasting, the pros and cons, some distribution, some wider perspective on contrasting different things between like a communal, education system in a communal-like country versus an education system in an opportunistic-like country, right? Capitalism versus communal. Obviously, I wasn't suggesting that it's all or none. Typically, it's more like a prevalence of it, leaning. So, right, my perspective when I keep a lot of track on like the American educational system because it's kind of like worst case scenario and best case scenario over and over again, as opposed to average. And then it kind of makes for viral. It's very appropriate and reflexive of viral internet culture when it comes to coveraging things that have incredible lows and incredible highs, right? On the high end, it's a counter argument for the low end, yet I'm like in between. I don't consider myself at the high end, but at the same time, I don't consider myself as the bottom end. But that's where a lot of that noise from the internet is echoing. However, it is still it's still disheartening when I see the bottom end. It doesn't stop me from feeling bad when I see, oh yeah, these case studies and the consistent echo chamber and stuff of the American education system, right? I totally understand that. And then Sub-Zero was candid enough to share his thoughts and shared a little bit about the Norwegian education system. And I, as a foreigner, look out onto other educational systems a lot, especially like the Japanese educational system. You don't really get too much details of Chinese because censorship and all that, government availability and whatnot. However, it's often a lose-lose for me when I see the system. So even though I try to provide like a more balanced perspective on the highs and lows, the trade-offs and the silver lining, people not getting to do what they want, it's a lose-lose for those individuals, right? It's all around feels bad. I'm not a guy who feels like, well, at least there's this as a counter to something that is undesirable. Often I acknowledge that it has undesirable consequences and it also have desirable consequences. They both exist, right? I cannot find myself saying, well, my education, my PhD was a privilege built on the lack of opportunities for other people. It's a exchange, right? What I received in my life could be someone else's thing. Should I feel guilty about it? Not necessarily, not in the same way. Like, privilege is built from the lack of privilege from somewhere else. Like the disparity between the privilege and the disparity, the greater the disparity, the greater the heights and the greater the bottom. Meanwhile, if you have a collective communal approach, right, that compresses, but then the ones that have a lot have technically less, relatively speaking, and the one that have less tend to have more. And that kind of contrast is often constantly back and forth, ethical, moral dilemmas and whatnot. In the end, if you're asking me what I really do wish for, is I wish for a utopia. Like, who doesn't wish for a utopia? Nevertheless, I am most definitely not one that says something like, I worked hard to get where I am, and I shouldn't feel any thought for those who do not have my opportunities because I received them, right? I get other people can be really proud of that, but I'm definitely not one that feels like I'm self-entitled. Like, I deserve this fictitious. Yeah, it's so hard for me to not think, like, I remember when I was in like going to graduate schools, right? I was deciding where I go, right? And right when you get in through the door and you're like with other students, you know, other prospective students, the immediate thing that you can get is you can tell one person who comes from like nothing or like comes from less, and then one person who comes from more. The moment you get into a group, you can see the people who care about getting more, and then the ones who are grateful they're there, right? And it happened. It's a very startling thing, and I'm not sure. I would love to ask like Sub-Zero and others when they were going to select their universities and stuff, did they have that dichotomy? Because in the United States, that's kind of how it elevates that thing that I'm talking about. The highs are really high and the lows are very low. So when I go in there, like I'm doing the interview and stuff, it's like the question is, if I get a spot, if I am, you know, accepted, then someone else isn't accepted, right? That's kind of the feeling, and I don't think it's bad or good per se, but you know it's happening. When I think about what Sub-Zero shared with me about how everyone is college is free, and then you're to incentivize people to complete their degrees, they get loan forgiveness by 40%. That sounds amazing. That's taking to perspective. If I only think about the cost of things and the availability of things, that sounds amazing in isolation. And then I start thinking, well, I had a PhD program that the government has. In some way, they decided to negotiate the funds towards focusing on individuals who are entering a PhD program and only to the designated specific universities that qualify for them. Can that even be possible, right? So it came down to like, I didn't understand. There's no way I understand economics enough and all that stuff. And I always like I always think about the idea, well, if my parents said that my minimum requirement, like my minimum goals is to get a PhD or to get a medical degree, can that even work with a system that offers free college? Because if we think about it, so say everyone wants to go to med school, so you would have a government that distributes and make sure everyone has free access to medical school and to a PhD program without the cost. So my question is, is that possible? I don't really know. My thought is there's only so much you can normalize, right, in a group. So my thought often is like, competition is what created those prestigiousness. It's what's driving people to push past, you know, achieve more, and those who don't want to achieve continue to tank, right? And at the same time, I just think, well, now I'm in this privileged position, and all I can think about every day, which is kind of the paradox in living in the United States, I feel. Now I'm only concerned about those who do not get opportunities. So most of the time, because I'm privileged now to some extent, I get to make things and not have to be pressured to put myself first. Like, oh yeah, I need to make money off of this. So, you know, number one first and stuff. You don't have to do, I don't have to do that anymore. And now I feel like I'm taking for granted, or I'm trying not to take for granted all the things that I received, I worked for, right? So the idea is I trying to constantly be this balance where, yeah, I'm internally grateful for all the people who selected me instead. And at the same time, to remain grateful and humility is that every opportunity I received is an opportunity someone else did not receive, right? In contrast to a system where if I grew up in a country where I know I can go to college no matter what, like it's there. And then, you know, Sub-Zero shared a little bit about like you'd be surprised, right? I would be surprised actually, how often people don't go to college even though college is right. So that's human condition. We're talking about human condition now, and then I was leaning towards that because I was talking about things for granted, right? Humans can become complacent and take things for granted. And then there's the issue of paying for something that you don't want yourself as a communal rebuttal to the American system, right? The American system tends to predicate on desires, opportunities. Those who want things make it happen. Those who don't want things, well, they don't get supported, right? So if you're not a top privileged, educated person who wants to go to med school, then unfortunately, with a very tenuous, because I don't understand a lot of these things, you get less attention. So my thought all the time when I was in a privileged position is like, how do you divert a reasonable amount of resources to bring up the bottom line without like stepping on the toes of those who continuously want more, right? Like that ambition is a very classical thing of American education system. If you're smart, you want to have all the resources to possibly change the world. Where does that resource comes from? Well, it comes from diverting all the other resources from everywhere else, because things are connected, right? Would you put in 100 million, 100,000, or I don't know, put 5 million into a lab that is super prestigious and pumping out all the good stuff? Or would you divide that? Would you cut half of that lab's funding and distribute it to like 4 or like 100, maybe like 10 or 20 smaller labs that are not necessarily filled with people who had all the half starts and privileges, right? And that is a constant point of consternation when I think about these things. This goes with language learning. Honestly, most of the resources online, it's filtering in this type of tier system, right? Like, ask yourself, if you're language learning, this is where it all started, by the way. Sub-Zero proposed a hypothetical. He asked me if I could go to college for free to learn a language, would I do it? And I said 100% I would do it, right? Coming from what I just said about the United States educational system and the opportunities, that's like unheard of. And not that it's a bad or a good thing, because I can actually see the rebuttal for if that's free, which Sub-Zero have mentioned, like people can linger, they can continue to pander and not achieve. That's why there was the incentive situation. I would most definitely take it. because I know opportunity. I seize opportunity when it is offered. However, in the United States, when people talk about, oh yeah, you should learn the fastest and best way possible, well, the question is, do you have the resources to do so? I talked about a little bit about people who interview other people on the streets, like billionaires, now billionaires and millionaires and whatnot. And most of them, definitely a majority of them either came from nothing or they have many periods in which they were broke. And the most consistent commentary that I have encountered, at least in my life, just personally, anecdotally, it's managing of cash flow. It's managing of overhead and your budget, right? The idea is that you require resources to greatly increase new resources. Now, there are also occasional people who went from rags to riches based on none of that, right? Obviously, I'm not talking about everyone, but one of the more consistent things is you need resources to generate resources. So for me, that's where I thought I was the most lucky in my life, because I went into elementary school having like no orientation whatsoever. I worked hard. That's all I can say about that. I work hard. My parents work hard. Then we moved to another place and I was behind. How do I catch up? I worked hard. But that's about it. Maybe there's some luck in me being extra hardworking, or maybe I had some talent or something. But in the end, I played catch up all the way until I got to college. And I was still playing catch up. Because in college, I picked whatever college was available. I had no idea what I was doing. My parents obviously had no idea, especially when they can't read English, right? We're still working on it anyways. And so I went to the first college. It changed my life. Then I had no idea what to do after college. So naturally, my mentors in college were the ones that influenced me. So then I went and did that. I went and got a government laboratory job. And then what happened there? They said, go to graduate school. So I went to graduate school. And then the rest is history. And it kept feeling like, I don't want to sell myself too short, I suppose. I want to be like humble about this. I worked really hard. Very, very hard and long. But at the same time, all I could think about is all those events feel like an excessive line of being lucky. Meanwhile, I've met tons of colleagues along the way that the stuff they say about complaining about their entitlement is I couldn't feel the same way they did, right? Like, and that's what I'm thinking of whenever I think about like the social norms of opportunity. There are people who literally complain about not being catered to when they arrive to a program. And my thought was, I'm just happy I'm here, right? Like, man, that's amazing. So they start talking, and it's very normal for them, and that's understandable because that's their lifestyle. They wouldn't know technically. So I was trying to engage in them, but it's hard. You start thinking like, oh, they're like, oh yeah, we went to, I don't know, they cite some vacation here and there. It's like, oh yeah, I could have graduated like 2 years early because I had all these college prep courses and stuff. So I get it. They probably worked really hard too. But at the same time, you can't do that even if you worked hard. You cannot work hard outside of something that you didn't start with. So the idea is you try to achieve them. And when I heard Sub-Zero talk about the college education thing, like, yeah, that's cool. But at the same time, immediately I start thinking, there are so many different variances on what people want to pay for in the United States, right? Because it's a place of opportunity. It's opportunistic. People try to pay for what they want to pay for. Telling someone like, go to college, it's free, go to college, you still can't convince the person to perform in college, right? It's already to the point where you can see that in the American educational system. Even those who are incredibly privileged doesn't necessarily guarantee that they extract the same information and also go to college. So it's such a weird time we live in, and I'm so detached. Like I'm not in a university anymore, so I don't get to participate in seminars or little talks about education. And language learning kind of reminds me all of this. It really just brings up all the thoughts about education, because if it's not language, it's pretty much everything else. And I think over these couple years, these recent weeks, I got to meet people from other places, right? They talk about how they're learning education, but it seems to completely coalesce more or less by the internet, right? The internet seems to be an equalizer nowadays, and I just don't have conversations that I would typically expect anymore. Language barrier aside, there really isn't a language barrier for how one argues and presents facts and talk and whatnot. I think, genuinely speaking, even through cultural means and boundaries, there is a sense of thinking that I feel is so absent online. It still is. I'm not saying it changed. It didn't get any worse, or some people might say it's gotten worse, but I don't think it's like grossly getting worse. It is progressively on the downtrend. The people of yesterday, as in, like, I don't want to sound like a boomer here, the conversations people argue about and talk about and the way they go about discussing things has changed so much. And it goes back to, I just don't think formal education in any country is reproducibly producing the same results that they once were. So in a way, the reality is it's not just the American education system. But at the same time, I do feel like there might be something on the horizon. I don't know. I have wishful thinking. I obviously don't occupy a position that would be able to influence or impact anything. I know of 2 or 3 influencers that are doing so much for this case, and I hope I meet more to discuss these things. When you learn something, especially something that would be often taught formally like this, right? Imagine the idea is, I still remember a time when teaching a second language was like the thing, even in the United States, in my opinion. Like, there was like a group that would support this, and then now there's less of that, which I could understand from the value if you're talking about specifically the language itself, like the mechanical value. However, I think there's so much more going into just learning in general. Like, if you get things that you can engage people, but it comes down to, much like the other person who mentioned it earlier about going to medical school, right? If everyone believes something is incredibly prestigious, then you will likely only funnel funds towards that stuff, right? What funds are going to people who study certain things? Well, it's based on the interest of the group, right? So, like, even in a communal country, for example, if you have a communal country that is monocultural, like strongly monocultural, then it is very easily able to identify what it's lacking because they don't deem it important. For example, like something that's close to my heart, mental health. Monocultural, strongly monocultural countries, if the ones that don't deem that mental health is an issue, then they don't necessarily do anything about it. So it can be dramatically visible. It's present in other countries for sure, especially the United States. However, the United States has a mosaic, right? There are places where they deem that mental health is very important, and then there are places that aren't. So as a country as a whole, it's a mixed bag. You have areas where great, people are happy, and then there are other places. But then you have like dramatic ones, right? Mental health is on a sky plummet to the ground in certain places. And that is kind of one of the kind of downsides of having a singular point of view most of the time, right? Strongly monocultural places can adjust and adapt very rapidly, but they're also all in on their approach. So when they reach crises and stuff, you have a fingers crossed that they all align with the same perspective. Meanwhile, you have the American education system, a product of differing opinions, right? Who should receive funding? What is most important for education? And at this point, it's basically a landscape. At the moment, the platform for American education, platform for the political system at the moment. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just wanted to talk about it again. I think this stuff works out for itself. At least I think. Fingers crossed. And then, language learning. That's part of it. I think a lot of my tendencies to study and self-study, I would still give it up to be able to study with other people, right? It's a gold standard, right? You have other people, so you're not the point of failure. You're not the only point of failure. I think that is something that is a very attractive thing to have, but also the least thing that most people utilize. I think we live in an age where most people think that they know everything, can do everything by themselves because they have the information. That seems very prideful, ambitious. Sure, I am not a product of that. I think my career and my opportunities are built on the association with other people, right? There are people before me and there are people after me. And that's kind of where this type of self-studying language model, I'm like, yeah, that's fine, I guess. And then there's AI models and whatnot, but I wouldn't self-study this stuff. I still don't self-study this stuff. It's kind of humorous because if you think you're self-studying by watching a vlogger, having to watch a vlogger and a podcast, that's not technically self-studying. You're being influenced by the way you're studying, right? It is parasocial though. It's one-sided for sure. It's like halfway there, but it's like a mix, right? Self-studying is something that a few people do to some success, in my opinion. I don't think the vast majority of people on this planet who are successful and consistently successful would proudly say, yeah, this was done all by myself. I've come up with all the ideas. I've done all the things. I've self-studied entirely without the influence of another person. I think the strength comes from other people. So I guess the take-home message here is whatever system you're in, right? Whatever your system in, opportunities come when you interact with other people or when you interact with the products of other people and whatnot. So if you have time in your life, right, free time and stuff, and you're enjoying things, there's possibly a smidgen if you can liberate some time to secure opportunities with other people. Again, I'm gonna plug the invest in people. It's that in my opinion is my very humble and naive position in which how you can redistribute some of your privilege but get a massive return, a potential massive return at a very low cost to you, So it's a balance between, oh, but what about my success and I should get all the value, versus the higher you go, a smaller percentage of your wealth and privilege can like significantly impact a greater, a disproportionately greater number of people or systems, and that has a remarkable potential in return when one diversifies. So the ones that are swimming in wealth, that's what they see. They see opportunity, they take opportunity, and they do your very, I'm going to say, very generic price, cost, risk, benefits kind of things. I'm obviously just doing wherever willy-nilly. I'm not a businessman, right? But when there's someone, I might as well spend like 30 minutes of my time, because it could turn into a lifetime partnership. You never know. If that person just drops and trolls and then leaves, like, okay, well, it's 15 minutes. That's fine, right? It does pile up. However, I do have a limit myself. But the idea is one person, 15 minutes. That sounds like an easy ask, at least in my opinion. And the higher you go, I think one can humble oneself, their hubris, right? Keep your hubris intact. That you with like just a small smidgen of your time could almost redefine the plane. And I imagine billionaires and millionaires can see that, the ones that we know. Anyways, go out there, try to be successful, right? And what I mean by try is like seize opportunities when you see it. There are going to be losers, there are going to be winners. Like opportunities, there are going to be ones that don't work, there are going to be ones that work. In the long game, when you do that, you will begin to determine and intuit, and even maybe analytically determine which opportunities are there. You can see more opportunities when you try more opportunities, and then you can avoid certain opportunities because you have experience with failed opportunities. I would say my whole life wasn't filled with shining opportunities. It is a product of experience that I know when I can turn something into an opportunity. And this is definitely one of them. So go out there. Don't gamble what you can't afford to lose. At the same time, you gotta get experience somewhere. These opportunities, learn a language or two, be happy, I hope. Sounds easier said than done, for sure. Alright guys, until tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Thanks for listening, right? Thanks for chilling, trying to learn a language, or at least the basics of a language, of 2 languages. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. If you're gonna watch this later, right? 谢谢. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Go get them. See ya.